going live in just a minute. I'm going to need a minute here to just make sure all the settings are where they should be. So we've got our encoding options, game starting up, and away we go. So I apologize for starting a little bit later, although that does seem to be a usual thing on Friday. I'll admit, it's actually really nice to just have... so the way I normally work, it'll be about an hour between me finishing work and starting stream. And of course, if I'm going to be making and eating dinner in that time period, it doesn't really leave me a lot of time to start a stream. And I will admit, this sometimes results, as I'm sure you've seen on a few occasions, in me making some very silly errors or just not generally being very prepared when, when the time comes. I feel like I should have more masks. Let me just take a quick second here and enjoy some tea. But yeah, so especially on the Friday, having that extra time between finishing the day's work and then just going and doing my thing really helps. So my apologies for the late start, but it really does help me, if nothing else, just mentally for the weekend and also for the stream. So let's think a little bit. I'll admit, I actually don't remember what I was up to all that well. I remember that I was going to be heading to the Howling Cliffs at some point, but I did want to collect some money while I was... I wanted to collect some money before I did that, because I want to try and turn some of my fragile artifacts into more permanent ones. I had a fairly strong feeling that there's something waiting for me in Deep Nest, and I learned a trick that if I tab to the Steam screen, I have a suspicion that there's something. I guess I had expanded the search a little bit to something around here, but I wasn't really able to. I wasn't quite able to push it right over the edge. I couldn't find a spot to break or otherwise get into. So I did notice from some previous runs that there were some places that I hadn't really explored properly. So Hallownest Crown, I'm a little suspicious. So I always get a little weirded out by these sorts of areas, because I feel like they should be filled, and I know I went through it. Oh, but there's an area up here, so maybe Crystal Peak is where I want to be heading for starters. I'll leave the Howling Cliffs until I'm ready to go. It looks like I've got what I need in Greenpath, and I think we kind of got what I needed in the Queen's Gardens as well. Again, this game's full of secrets, so there's any number of things that could come up. And of course, then there's the worry that, there's an area over here which has a big gap, so maybe there's some areas. One thing I want to take a look at is whenever I see these seams in between the levels, those are sort of indications that maybe this was an area that I'd previously thought there wasn't. So this is the Hive, I think. Yeah, so the Hive is enormous. And then, so with that in mind, anytime I sort of see an area that might be including something like this, I want to sort of give it, I want to give it some time. If I take a look in the upper right-hand corner, right, there's this big empty area in the, on the map where, maybe there's something here, maybe there's something here. It could be that there's something in this area over here, but if you just look at the way that the map works, there's a lot of empty space. Similarly, there's potential for things to be over here. Now, again, I could be just chasing phantoms there. Like, there's no rule saying that the map has to be completely covered. But given, taking a look at the map now and seeing some of the patterns in terms of hidden areas, I want to be sort of mindful of how you know, how I'm reacting to some of the information that the game's given me through other means. And then, of course, there is the question, I seem to have been struggling a little bit to go through the fungal wastes and the Forgotten Crossroads with the arrival of all of the, you know, the arrival of all of the orange goop. So then there's also the concern that that maybe there's some things that I'm missing there. But the first step for me seems to be Crystal Peak. That has sort of the most obvious cases of areas that I may not have properly explored yet. And we'll maybe see if there's something at the you know, at the far end that lets me go a little bit further. But the ones I'm most interested in are this little area here. I think we've already checked this, but I'll double check and then see if I can get a read on what's going on over there. That's probably going to mean an unnecessary trip up to Hallownest's Crown, but that's life. Oh yeah, I should probably pick my my charms. Okay, so I got a Mark of Pride, a Long Nail. I've got the Wayward Compass already, so I guess I can do the Soul Catcher. How do I feel about that? Contains a forbidden spell that transforms shadows into deadly weapons. When using Shadow Dash, the bearer's body will sharpen and damage enemies. Oh, that sounds really good, actually. So maybe I... Oh yes, I also wanted to check out, I think I had some other stuff that I wanted to check out, like the, I guess it would be down in the Abyss, or was it, no, the Palace Grounds. I remember that there was at least the throne room that I wanted to check out. You know what? No, I'll work with what I've got here for the... I was gonna say I could probably get the extra masks, but I don't feel like I need those masks right now. So we'll run out with what we've got here. I'll get some exploration in the caverns. I want to keep calling it the Crystal Caverns. I believe that is the Dark Souls name. I wanted to stop that, but I can't complain too much about that journey. All right, so I'm trying to get a slightly better read on... Yeah, okay. I know where I'm going now. Okay, so why doesn't this count as having been explored? Possibly because I haven't explored it yet. Oh. Alright then. I thought that thing died. Okay. That was quick! Yeah, alright. That was actually a really dumb enemy to lose all my health on. If I can... they're gonna make me fight it in the room, aren't they? Alright, I think I know how to do this. My timing's not so great. There we go. Oh. Yeah, I mean that I could have handled that better, but it wasn't a catastrophe, so. Three-quarters of a mask. I'll be a little disappointed if that's all there is up here. It looks like that's the case. Well, hang on. Let's make sure that there's no secrets. There doesn't seem to be any audio cues. Nope. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, so that, as far as I'm concerned, these kinds of encounters are the low-hanging fruit of the of sort of my map exploration. Being able to just identify any sort of shadowy spots on the map should be the first goal for my exploration. If nothing else, just to verify that there's nothing for me to do at that point for the time being. And then sort of my secondary considerations can be trying to find the most likely candidates for hidden walls and such. The idea of trying to explore areas that are just like big empty spaces, I feel like that's a very blunt instrument. I have a feeling that if I rely on that too much, there's going to be a lot of wandering around on the map, which doesn't, just doesn't necessarily lead to the most stimulating game experience. I feel like the game does a better job of communicating secrets to me than having to rely on some weird conventions. Okay. So again, I'm fairly certain I know where this drops. I'm pretty sure we have been there before, but I would like to take a minute just to verify this sort of stuff. In particular, I'd like to know why it doesn't count as being explored when. Yeah, so if memory serves, when I fall over Hellenist's crown, that's how I wind up dropping down there. So again, that invites the question, what... I don't think this is going to lead to anything, but I'm just a little curious about the way it's presented on the map. So like if you look at it here, there's kind of this vertical drop. Oh. Alright. Sneaky. It looks like a vertical drop. So I was wondering if there was a way to climb it. One worry I have about this offensive dash that I have is I'm realizing, just sort of through the way I'm playing right now, how spoiled I've become by having certain abilities. And, so I'm getting used to the gathering swarm to pick up the geo and such. And, oops. Also the speed charm. So I think one thing I should look for that vertical drop is potentially something that lets me move to the left. Alright, that was dumb of me. So one thing I predict is going to happen with this offensive dash spell is that I'm going to get used to using it, and then I'm going to have a bunch of enemies that I dash into thinking that I'll damage them, when in reality I just take damage. But, you know, I seem to remember I've actually tried a lot of these tricks before, so this might be a bit of a waste of time. Still, it's nice to have that certainty. Okay. So as far as I can tell, there's nothing... Well, okay, the best I can say is there's no reason for me to think that there's anything special I can do on the right-hand side. So yeah, if I head immediately down... Ah, okay. Well, that explains why I sort of teleport to the end there, because I just go off the edge of the map. I'm gonna go on the low road on this one just so I can just see if there's any secrets. Well, there are, but I seem to have already discovered them. Forgot that you can deflect those. Well, that was an effort to try and recover that. Okay, so I definitely get having the grub here, but again, talking about the idea that there seems to be this big open space on the right-hand side of the map, like this seems like a perfect candidate for some sort of an area that I should be able to break into. Of course, the other possibility is that my guess is right. It is going to be a case where there's an item, but there might be another way of unlocking secrets that I haven't discovered yet. And then the big question is that presumably at this point, with 97% completion, the game has already told me how I do that, and I've just simply forgotten. And the question will be whether or not I'm able to identify, the tip I was given earlier in the game that I'm missing out on. Oh, well, here's an important one. I definitely didn't go here last time. The fact that it's giving me souls from that Makes me think that it wants me to use an ability at some point. Well, this ability doesn't really require anything. Huh. I guess there's no reason I shouldn't be stocking up on souls. You know, I'm wondering if there's a class of enemies in here. So I know there's... Definitely Dark Souls has done this. I'm trying to think of other games that have this effect. I'm trying to think if there's an example where you unlock an area through... Oh no, we've definitely had that. We had that in the Hive. So in the Hive there were enemies that unlock portions through damaging... Well, now I don't think that applies here. I can't really think of a case where that would be applicable. And then I'm sort of back to the... Mind you, there is one thing I didn't try last time I was here. I don't think it's going to do anything, but... Of course, I... Okay, doesn't let me, doesn't look like it lets me do the double jump. I'll try hitting the side and see if I can... Yeah, so if I jump it stops me. So one last one. I don't see why this would be any different, but I'll try slamming into the side, see if that gives me an opportunity to do the double jump. I suspect it won't, but I don't want to... I'd prefer not to let this sort of stuff rest on assumptions. Okay. So if there is a way to the left-hand side of that, or sorry, right-hand side of the mountain, it's not going to be going over. This was the primary reason why I went back there, was I just wanted to see if there was any way I could get the map entry there. So I'm going to have a seat on the bench just to see if there's any updated map. And then if there isn't, what I might want to try is just to stay on the rightmost side of the level and see if there's going to be any opportunities for me to unlock any secret areas. Again, it's a pretty flimsy little argument I'm making for that being a potential secret. It's just there's a lot of space in the map. But there's any number of reasons why there could be lots of space there. None of which have anything to do with accessing other parts of the game. But seeing as I'm here, I'll give it a shot. I guess it would be, hey, Night Valian, how you doing? Oh, it's going. I've been sort of meandering around Hollow Knight. Nothing too dramatic yet. I did uncover at least a new mask shard. It's an area that I'll confess, I'm a little surprised I didn't check out before, but... But that is sort of the purpose of redoing some of these areas. You have your hamburger. So, anything in particular that bummed you out today? I know there's plenty of things to have that happen, but I don't want to draw you out on that if you don't have to. But I am glad you got your hamburger. I actually didn't get anything special today, but I tried cooking some things that I don't normally do today, so that was a treat of a kind. I'm not the best cook. Okay, that interested me. But I figure it's not bad to try things out. So one thing that interested me here was as I was moving up, the camera sort of shifted. Right here. So it feels like there might be something on the right-hand side. The question is, how do I access it? Again, like I'm in full tinfoil hat mode here, where I'm taking every last little detail in the game as a possible indicator of a secret. Listening to your VODs, found out the audio quality is horrible, but you plan to talk to a friend to make it better. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, obviously, if I had, I should, I am a viewer, so I didn't think they were all that bad. But I kind of feel like I let you down by not communicating it a little bit better. I do know you're a bit quiet, but it's quiet enough that it's potentially in the realm of a stylistic choice. So, but yeah, I mostly I don't know. It was a few different things. I had a lot of just different. I had some eggs left over. I had some. For dinner today, it was just pasta, so nothing too dramatic there. But I'm fascinated with your carrot cupcake recipe with 2 cups of oil instead of 3/4. Yeah, I don't know. I was experimenting with eggs today. Okay, so I'll just mark this spot. This I find interesting that for some reason the screen sort of wobbles. The only thing is I don't know how to make any. I mean, there's also a sign here, but I'm just not really sure what to make of it. Interactions wise. Well, I guess there's one other thing I can try. Alright, so it also happens over here on the downside. Yeah, I mean, whenever I cook eggs, they definitely do not look like on any kind of advertisement for a restaurant or anything. But I don't know, like they taste. When I was a kid, for some reason, I didn't really care that much for eggs. But now, I'm. I don't know. I think they taste pretty good. And they're cheap, so that's my favorite price. Oops. I was going to shout you out. I will get that in just a minute, but I was... Alright. For those of you who don't know him, Night Valian is a Brazilian streamer. Somebody... I can't really call him a new streamer anymore. He was somebody who I discovered through Kit Fox Games' Lucifer Within Us, and I've sort of watched him do a lot of puzzle and adventure and open world games since then. But overall, I would say, for those of you who like following the broadcast just sort of for the tone of voice and generally, for the most part, being somewhat relaxed while playing games, obviously Phantom Brigade has definitely inspired some very dramatic responses. But for the most part, kind of keeping my cool during games. I definitely can give you a pretty strong recommendation for Night Valian on that count, regardless of his claims about his audio quality, which I haven't had too much of a problem with. I got to watch him play some Shovel Knight yesterday, and then he was actually a fairly strong advocate for me trying out the Xbox Game Pass, which I guess it's not called Game Pass. I guess it's just called Game Pass, or possibly Microsoft Game Pass. But I've been... I mean, they've had EA Play for a while. I already have EA Play Pro, and I'm actually really happy with that subscription. So, like, for instance, I know some people are probably really going to want to play the Mass Effect Legendary Edition, and I have a feeling that will probably be for EA Play Pro holders only. But I mean, again, Microsoft's just continued to make that subscription service more and more attractive. Actually, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Star Wars Squadrons recently was recently added to the regular tier of EA Play. So that's another one that I think people will enjoy. It's definitely a smaller, like, so it's I believe Motive was behind it, and it's definitely, so it's like, this is the funny thing, right? So many people complain about Electronic Arts and its, live services and the idea of paying for DLC, except that the last couple of major releases they've had haven't actually had DLC. So, for instance, Battlefield 5. So far as I can tell, Battlefront 2, there was the issue with the microtransactions, but as far as, like, DLC expansions and that, I don't think it had that. And then, of course, the microtransactions were changed. But in the case of Squadrons, what was really interesting is that it's a small game, and it seemed to be that everybody was yelling at EA for not supporting the title for the long run, like for it not having a live service component. So this is why I'm very glad I'm not a community manager for them, because I think I would just swear a heap and leave. But I'm glad. I mean, this is the thing. One thing I will say is I'm actually really glad that people indicated they liked that game, because I think it's more likely then that we will see maybe a more like a larger scale style, a Squadron style game in the future. And it does feel like it's been a very long time since there has been just a pure flight simulator in the case of the Star Wars franchise. And while I was playing Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, I obviously talked quite a bit about how a lot of space flight sims that we enjoy kind of have their origins in people watching the original Star Wars movie and becoming really excited by the space combat. So we'll see. And I mean, the other thing is that it does seem that Disney is opening up the license. So Ubisoft, it was a fairly big news story a while ago that Ubisoft announced that they've got a Star Wars title coming out, and it'll be released at the end of the exclusivity period that Electronic Arts had. And we'll see whether or not other publishers are able to do other things with the license. I'm maybe a little bit less convinced that Ubisoft will be giving people the Ubisoft will be giving people like the flight sim title that they're really looking for. I don't really see what kind of background Ubi has in doing those kinds of games, but I mean, Jedi Fallen Order was reasonably popular, and I can see them doing something in that vein. All right, so this is a little less clear in terms of what I'm going to be getting out of it, but again, if I want to go to the right as far as I can... That's true. I mean, the one thing I will say for Ubisoft is that they do really seem to have a very specific idea about what a good game is for them. And I think probably so there was definitely a while where it sort of felt like Ubisoft games were very sort of samey. And I've heard there's a series I really like. It's a podcast which is hosted usually by Soren Johnson, of sort of Mohawk Games fame, and his wife Layla Johnson has been I believe it's Layla Johnson. I know usually she's referred to by her first name, Layla, but anyways, actually somebody, for those of you that played Old World, is responsible, from what I understand, for a lot of the events, and the events in that game are really, really good. They're probably some of the most memorable for me, so I feel like I should do more Old World. The only thing is that the copyright concerns have been a pretty major one. I saw a notice from Twitch about the number of copyright strikes that I have, and they were pretty clear that at a certain number of strikes, you do lose it does potentially mean your account is suspended. So I am definitely quite a bit more cautious about that sort of thing now. But anyways, one of the interviewees was someone who was sort of working at Ubisoft around the time that the idea of like Ubisoft games are all the same sort of meme was running around, and I think he made a very reasonable case that, when you talk about action RPGs like Diablo or Chaos Bane or something like that, you usually don't say, oh, they're always like from this isometric or always this like top-down perspective. What's with that? Like, why does Blizzard always make the same type of game? It really just seemed to be because there were sort of control points and climbing up towers that people were sort of talking about how all Ubisoft games were the same. And I definitely saw the designers. I kind of saw what their point was in that. I still sort of think that there is a certain sameness to Ubisoft games, and I think that just comes from the fact that I think they have a very clear idea of what their player base expects. But even with that in mind, like, that's a pretty selective memory. So, Anno is not like Assassin's Creed. Rainbow Six Siege is not like The Division. Oh yeah, I don't know. I thought everybody was seeing that, but there was a little notification it gave up which says, this is the number of strikes that you have. That number may be 0, by the way. If you get I think a certain number, your account may be subject to termination. I'm like, oh well, thanks for that. The one thing I will admit is that it seems to me that so obviously there are going to be some people who just put music that's under copyright and just don't care. But I will confess, it seems to me the majority of these cases are actually people who are... people who are unintentionally or accidentally. There's obviously the difference between having a VOD muted. To protect the vessel, the dreamers lay sleeping. Monomon the teacher in her archive, surrounded by fog and mist. Lurian the watcher in his spire, looking over the city. Hera the beast in her den, amidst the deep darkness beyond the kingdom. Through their devotion, Hallownest lasts eternal. But yeah, so it just seems to me that because the majority of these cases are not actual attempts at infringement, but rather, someone either assuming that the content will be muted rather than, that'll be muted rather than, then result in some kind of a copyright strike. Banning a channel on 3 strikes seems pretty harsh. I think it's 3. I think that's the case for YouTube. And I know, I know that there's a number of considerations on it, but I think just given the fact that this sort of thing can be detected, and I mean, especially given the fact that I was talking about Cyberpunk 2077 and how even if you did the streamer-friendly mode, you would actually have a song that was under copyright that they didn't get the license for, would have actually appeared in the playthrough. The fact that you can even do it with the purest of intentions and still be subject to a strike. That to me strikes me as quite a legitimate concern. And again, it just seems to me that it's much easier to nobody wants their stuff muted, right? But it just seems to me that if the difference is potentially losing your channel forever, and having to put up with mutes, I think at least being able to opt into a stronger form of protection would be worthwhile. Another thing, actually, just to return to Night Valiant's point about the Ubisoft Tower thing, one thing that I think is underappreciated is the fact that it is quite a number of times there have been similar, if not identical, results that have been reached at the same time. So, I mean, there's the example of Steam engines being developed sort of independently in all sorts of separate places. There's the idea of Steam. Hello? Oh no, this is something we've already seen. Although it's not on the map. Sacred memories, honored souls. But I think a creative example of this would be if you consider... Oh, there we go. So I should take a look for... waterfalls in future. Another King's Idol. Okay, not as exciting, but... Although I am curious what my completion looks like now. It's still 97. But yeah, a movie example that I have that's pretty interesting. And I don't know, so I just don't think that many people saw the... I think everybody's seen one of the movies, and then the other one is, just sort of lost to time. But I really like Charles Dickens, and there was an adaptation. It's like an old adaptation, starring Ethan Hawke and Gwyneth Paltrow of Great Expectations, and it was distributed by 20th Century Fox, which also distributed that year's much more successful movie, Titanic. And both of those films have a male protagonist in which there is sort of a major scene in sort of a major development in the love story in which the artist draws his beloved in the nude. And obviously is like the really, really famous scene in Titanic, but is in fact the exact same sort of story beat in Great Expectations. Now, neither of these films knew. I can definitely tell you that Titanic was under some pretty strict control in terms of the details of the script and such. Parts of it were shot in Canada, in Nova Scotia, and somebody put LSD in the soup. I'm pretty sure it was a soup one day, which is a whole other story. So the production crew was poisoned during shooting one day. But on a separate note, nobody thought, obviously you've got a number of executives, you've got a number of people working at the studios going over these scripts, and at no point did anybody bother to say, hey, we've got 2 movies coming out which have basically the same moment in them. I mean, the fact that you've heard of Titanic and probably haven't heard of the adaptation of Great Expectations with Ethan Hawke and Gwyneth Paltrow is probably all you need to know about the relative success of the 2 titles. I believe Great Expectations also came out after Titanic, like not because. All right, so I found it, but what did it get me? But yeah, like again, totally independent. Nobody was like looking over each other's shoulders or anything like that. And yet you have, these two creative works which basically have the same scene inside of them. So what are you gonna do, right? Like you just have to just acknowledge that stuff like that happens. And so the other thing is that I don't know the circumstances under which those kinds of conventions in a game come in. So it might be that there's a memo at Ubisoft somewhere that says, every game we make must have some sort of a tower mechanic. Or, whether it's just, after a certain point, it's become a bit of a convention. And so you say, if you're making, so I guess it would come down to, like, if you're making an Assassin's Creed game, what would you have to have inside of it? Well, one thing that people will probably get mad at you for not having would be lots of sequences where you're, like, climbing up things and jumping from rooftops. If you had something where it was a little bit more like the Elder Scrolls and you spend a lot of time on foot or on horseback, that would probably feel like something other than an Assassin's Creed game. So you want to be able to do some parkour in those styles of games. And then the question is like, well, what about the tower climbing thing? Like, if you get rid of that, will people say, what happened to Assassin's Creed? Maybe or maybe not, but like, what kind of assets are you really saving if you keep redoing the tower thing, right? Like, the towers still look different between the games. Like, the Assassin's Creed Unity tower bits are like, they look like Assassin's Creed Unity. They look like Revolutionary France. And what it doesn't do is it doesn't explain why you have that in the Far Cry series, which I don't believe has a yearly schedule. But I believe 3, 4, and 5 all have that, and obviously they're not reusing anything from the Assassin's Creed games. I also don't think it's bad that developers reuse assets. Like, if you have perfectly good assets, it seems to me that you're just able to develop other parts of the game more effectively. But maybe that's just a difference of opinion. Ah, Meon, this world, this cruel, sinful world. Why does she wake? Why does she persist? Ah, la mer, you could not know of tragedy as complete as Che's, true lovers stripped apart, two worlds that could not meet. And now meld a lover, dead so long in time, dead so far away, buried Moina? Aye, amongst its hateful kin that did deny our union, that did reject Che's outsideness. She doesn't suppose, Nalo, could she ask, could she burden? Lemur, couldst you deliver gift to her grave? This gift is maybe small, but the trek is long. She rests among her kind near our queen's lush refuge. Would such a thing be done? Che asks perhaps impossible things, mad things. For Lemur to take up such quest would be a kindness Che is near forgotten. Yes. Wait, you turn away? Jake should have expected such. This world is not one of favors, only heartache. No, I want to do it. Meon, does the heart beat a moment? Share pain of grief and hope to soothe it? Would you convey Che's final gift unto her lover's grave? Yes, I want to accept the gift. It's because I hit X. Rare boon you grant, Lemur. It would be Che's last request. After this, ne'er shall Che lay burden on another. The sacred flower is the offering. It is a rare, delicate object, one of a kind. You must cherish it, must act as though it were your own heart. If you were to get hurt whilst carrying it, or did to attempt to ride these jolting transit beasts, it would forever be destroyed. Oh God. Her grave lies in the middle of the queen's overgrown estate. It is surrounded by her kind, who will not look kindly on your trespass. Take care, Lemur. My hopes I place upon you, and my fervent wish that this small solace may come to pass. Her grave lies in the middle of the queen's old retreat, a far journey from here, and the roads between are fraught with beasts. Safe tiding on your journey, my heart does flutter to feel such kindness from so tiny a creature. Alright, so we're going through the Forgotten Crossroads. Oh my God. So green path might be a good little shortcut to take. Ooh, lemino, nails and claws. Why must it be so? Winged Zotling. Or, well, let's do both. So, Grey Prince Zote, figment of an obsessed mind, lacks grace, but becomes stronger with every defeat. My love, any creature who could bear to be away from you, who would willingly leave you behind or say unkind things to you. Pah! Lowly maggots, not worthy of standing in your glorious shadow. She felt her cold body grow warm, a sensation she had almost forgotten. The Grey Prince, chapter 112. Winged Zotling, figment of an obsessed mind, grudgingly assists its master in combat by lazily flying towards foes. She asked whether he had brought the charm for her, as he promised he would, but then he explained the charm was actually of low quality and not worth the price asked. She understood the wisdom of his decision perfectly. The Grey Prince, chapter 136. Elder Hu, lingering dream of a fallen warrior, traveled the world tending to those affected by the plague. Never forget what once was lost, yet do not let it tie you down. Elder Hu. Markoth, lingering dream of a fallen warrior, only member of his forgotten tribe to take up a weapon. May your efforts lead you somewhere worthy. Markoth. Grimkin Master, powerful and devoted member of the Grim Troop. As part of the ritual, it gathers scarlet flame within its torch. It will relinquish the flame once defeated. A spark of red light's darkest dream. Scarlet nightmares bright and wild. Visions dance and flames do speak. Burn the father, feed the child. The Grim Troop. Grimkin Nightmare, terrifying member of the Grim Troop. As part of the ritual, it gathers scarlet flame within its torch. It will relinquish the flame once defeated. Dance and die and live forever. Silent voices shout and sing. Stand before the troop's dark heart. Burn away the Nightmare King. The Grim Troop. Grim, master of the Grim Troop. Though through dream I travel at lantern's call to consume the flames of a kingdom's fall. Grim. Wing mold, a fly-like construct formed of white shell and a dark liquid interior. The bugs of Hallownest believe that their king created this world and everything in it. For what purpose, I wonder? Were his subjects companions or toys or children? Such a mind seems unknowable. Royal Retainer, the most loyal and devout servants of the king. Simple, weak creatures find strength by forming a hive and obeying a ruler. Such creatures become the arms and teeth and claws of their monarch. King's mold. Guard construct of Hallownest Palace and skilled wielder of the curved claw blade. Its heavy white armor protects a fragile body. They say the old king died long ago, but his influence echoes around us still. A creature like that, what did he desire? Sibling, fragment of a lingering will. Far down below us, beneath the kingdom, the air grows stiller and a sense of emptiness pervades. Can life flourish down there? If so, I will hunt it. All right. We should have at least one that's higher up on the list. Okay, I need to find an oblobble. I think that was a boss. Grub Mimic. Okay, so... Infected Balloon. Huh. Malark. So the fact I haven't run into a lot of those suggests to me that I should be spending some time in other parts of the map. So I figure some of these are probably spawns from boss fights, and this is just an indication that I haven't found those bosses. Some of the other ones, though, I sort of feel like I feel this is just a result of me not being in the right areas. Ah, here we go. Entombed husk, mummified remains, deformed and enraged by infection. Inside these shambling corpses is a bright light that pierces any darkness. I peered inside that light once and saw something within it shining back. Something terrible. The remains of a great Hallownest crossguard, animated by a strange force. Instinct still drives it to guard its post against intruders. So here's an interesting... I don't want to try to do this, especially because it would actually require quite a bit of effort on my part. But I am curious if there is a way that I could cheese this. So it sounds like basically the deal is if I take damage or if I ride the stagways, I sort of fail this. Does it count as a fetch quest? Reverse fetch quest? Oh dear. Delivery quest. I don't know if it's like permanent forever or if I just need to start from like the top again. But one way or the other, the one thing I am a little curious about is, but the one thing I was thinking is like if I didn't sit on that bench, and instead what I had done was like, so the thing that I was thinking I could potentially do to cheese it out is just take one of those benches in the Queen's Gardens. Oh, also I've got my my portal like through the dream nail. Like it only sort of specified the stagway. So there's that side that says like, well, you know, if I just quit out of the game and reload it, and I respawn at the appropriate bench, like, does that count as like a fast travel? Does that fail the quest? If I use my my dream walk, you know, is that gonna fail it? I really don't want to mess with it because even if I'm allowed to redo it, that's a really long way for me to travel. And it's pretty clear that the game wants me to do this in a specific way. But those are definitely some of the questions that I was thinking about as soon as the rules were explained. So I'm trying to think if it would be better for me to try and go over Blue Lake and then go through the Forgotten Crossroads. I definitely know that there are some tricky fellas in the in the Forgotten Crossroads. I also don't know if elevators and tramways count. I'll assume that they do. So I could try and go through the City of Tears, which is generally safe. Mantis Village wouldn't be too troublesome, but I either need to go through Deep Nest or I need to go through the Fungal Wastes either way. I don't know. I think I'll take my chances through the Forgotten Crossroads. I would like to find out. I think especially after last week, I always tell myself that I'm never going to ask chat again, but like last week really made that firmly in my mind, because I'm sorry, especially for those of you who are watching on the VOD. I know it's going to be really tedious to hear this again, but the fact of the matter is that even for Hollow Knight, there's one case in Hollow Knight where eventually chat did give the answer, but like every time I've had a game and I've asked the question, chat, this is your chance to, to let me know something. I've either not gotten the answer or the answer has been wrong. And then there have definitely been some cases where by opening that up, I wind up finding out things about the game that I didn't want to. That people took that as permission to basically talk and backseat everything. And so, after just so many disappointments, I've decided, like, the very small marginal benefit of allowing the people who want to tell me how stuff works in a game to jump in if I actually do have a question, the amount of just pain that causes me in terms of stuff being talked about that wasn't supposed to be talked about, it's just not worth it. Like I'd rather have people disappointed that they're not able to tell me how to play the game than try to make a small subset happy and just have the thing ruined for me. And I mean, I was talking with Ponce about this the other day too. Like, he was here when people were telling me how to play Imperator Rome when it wasn't released. The same thing happened with BattleTech. Like, it's just miserable. So at this point, it's sort of like, it sucks. It would be nice if I had a better way of handling it, but for the time being, it's just like the costs have far exceeded the benefits, and that's been true for a while. And I've kept trying to think that it's going to be different each time. So. Basically, it's a hard block on how the game works at this point, which is disappointing to some, but it's basically the way that this stuff is going to continue to be fun for me. Yeah, well, the one that has been driving me nuts lately has been, admittedly, it's not been as much with Hollow Knight, but it definitely happens on the stream. Is usually when people say something like, well, I know you don't like backseating, but I actually don't read the rest of the sentence at that point. Because it's sort of a full acknowledgement that they're doing something that I don't want. And yet somehow acknowledging that they know it's something that annoys me justifies it. Now I realize I've probably done a bad thing in that now when people say, do you want a hint? Like, I'm now kind of going into these long diatribes about it, so I need to maybe find a better way of concisely communicating that preference. But yeah, like, I genuinely don't know what to do with the crowd, which is like, I know this is something you don't want, but I believe I'm an exception. So, here you go. Here's something that you didn't want. I mean, to their credit, they at least acknowledge what they're doing, but it's a tough one. Like, especially because like it was strategy games where that was happening. So those are the ones where it's the. I have someone in particular in mind, but I'm not going to say who it was. But like someone who would do that, and like the next stream it would be, oh, I didn't know you could do that, and the answer is always like, I just think to myself, I was like, yeah, the reason why you didn't know that is because all of this time is being spent in this concept of a game that has to be played perfectly according to how other people do things. And it just doesn't give you the chance to find your own way of approaching things. Like in the case of Hollow Knight, I've really enjoyed the diversity of the bosses, and some of the ones that feel like they should be really easy are ones that I've sort of struggled with. But then, you know, I'll be talking with Eyes of Sin afterwards, and she says, yeah, that boss that you took out is like one that I spent a week on. Oh, I almost blew that. And to me, that's fun because it's just kind of communicating the different ways that you can approach Hollow Knight, which I think is part of the game's appeal. This is going to be a hard one if I'm trying to avoid damage. Just trying to think if there's another way around. Not unless I want to go through the City of Tears, or I could try and go up. I actually don't think I can go up, because that's blocked by the... So I don't know if that actually hit the enemy that I was wanting to target. Okay, I'm gonna try and be calm about it. Nice. No! Good Lord. Oh, that is such a pain. I don't man, oh wow, I'm really suffering on my, my upload. Yes, as I was gonna say, I really don't mind the idea of losing the flower. I really mind losing it to that. Of all the different ways that I could have gotten, you know, I could have lost the valuable thing. Okay, let me just take a second here and see what's going on with my internet connection. Sorry about this, I just want to see... Okay. Looks like this is a Twitch thing. I don't know. How's the quality of the stream? Because like I'm definitely seeing some really scary numbers right now. But I don't know if that's translating to problems on your end. Okay, now that I'm watching it, it seems to be back. I also noticed my followers drop. I wonder if I lost a follower on the rant of, you know, people telling me how to play the game. So it seems like it's better now. I'm thinking that's a Twitch problem, but... Yeah, I mean, especially because I upload stuff onto YouTube, I really hate doing the multi-part uploads, but it is what it is. Take a minute to inspect just in case. Cursed are those who turn against the king. Right, I gotta go up and around. Wait a minute. I think it's also fair to say that I've really not spent enough time in the resting grounds as a whole, so I should probably spend a little more time there. Away! She's scared, precious, one-of-a-kind flower, ruined! Che's love denied her final gift, such suffering for Che, such misery. Che thought she could bear no more. Suppose Che does have one more flower, though. But Lemaire, this one is equally sacred and equally fragile. Werest one to accept such quest, it must become a precious heart. Would such a thing again be tried? Yes. And then this new sacred one-of-a-kind flower it shall give you, as Che warned before, it dost become precious as one's heart whilst held. If you were to get hurt again whilst carrying it, or did attempt to ride those jolting transit beasts, this one too shall be destroyed. My faith in one has been challenged. My hopes are still with you, Lemaire. Alright. Two of a kind. Oh god. I'm getting hit by the... the jolts, like the quality's dropping again. Okay, tell you what. So here's the dilemma I'm running into now. If I quit, I'm going to wind up in the next bench. If I like, and I can't reset until quitting. I could stop the stream and turn it on again, but here's what I'm going to do. I am going to take a quick break. I am going to... Actually, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try running ads, and you guys can actually help me out here. If you have an ad blocker on, could you let me know if you actually see the ads? If you do, that would be helpful. I'm going to take a quick second to go to the bathroom, and just... To be honest, I don't really need to go that badly, but I think it would not be a bad chance for me to try and ride out this quality problem. And then I've actually been wanting to run this experiment for a while, but I Okay, my Ethernet apparently is dropped to 0. That does not make any sense. What in the world is going on? There's got to be something updating in the background. Anyways, I gotta actually reopen the browser to try this. But yeah, I've actually really wanted to see exactly how intrusive the ad thing is. And this is lame. I'm sorry. So for those of you that see the ads, I'm sorry. It says 1 minute here, so I will be back within the minute. And please do let me know if this gets in the way of the of viewing. Like if you're able to see if you're able to see these ads and under normal circumstances you shouldn't. Please do let me know, and I will keep that in mind. I'll explain the full reason later on, but I'm gonna run it. I'm hitting the button now. Oh, sorry about that. I guess that was longer than a minute because the thing seems to be done. So did anybody actually get affected by the ads? If so, the big thing is that I've been trying to come up with ways to get around the pre-roll, and it might be that it's unavoidable. But there was something that Twitch said about, like, if you run ads at certain intervals. I'm sorry, I'm totally wrapped up in my headphones. I might need to step away from the mic for a second. But what I'm trying to do is minimize the number of times people see like the ads when they first join a stream. And if I can pick when people get hit, then that just means that I build in breaks and, I build in breaks and make it so that people can join the stream and watch without having to watch, an ad for the latest Amazon Prime thing. If you run ads, preloaded ads don't hit people coming. Oh, okay. That's really good to know. So did you have to see any of those ads, Night Valian? I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to take off my headphones for a second and try and fix this. What the hell? Okay, so when I hit that run ads thing, oh god, I think my headphones just got lost. I hope I didn't just screw myself for the stream. Nuts. I suspect you guys just lost. I'm fine. So what happened? I accidentally. So I got tied up in my my headphones, so I needed to get them sorted out. But I think I pulled it out of the. I think I pulled it out of the computer, and I suspect OBS won't let me change audio sources midstream. Oh, I bet you can hear the audio now, right? Cool. Okay, I am really sorry about that. I have a feeling that the writing is just completely playing me and that I'm going to have an unlimited number of these highly unique flowers. But, so, let's see if I'm allowed to use trams. Well, that's the problem, right? I really don't know. Okay, it didn't tell me that I lost the delicate flower. Given to you by the Grey Mourner in the resting grounds, she has asked you to place it at the grave of her mantis lover in the Queen's Gardens. The flower is very fragile and will be destroyed if you take damage or ride the stagways. Now again, it did not specify if I use the Dream Gate, but I'm going to guess that... Like, I'm not going to test it, I am going to guess that that is what happens if you use the Dream Gate. It's not going to get me anywhere. No! Okay. That was probably unnecessary, but... At this point, I really don't want to risk things. I know this is going to be a little tedious, but... And the fewer aspids I run into, the better, frankly. Okay, let's get out of here. So I'm just gonna... I was gonna take that on because it was sort of on a fair fight. If I can take them on sort of on the same plane, it's significantly easier for me to be able to take them on, especially with the quick slash and the long range. And it's a chance for me to accumulate some souls. Exploding fellas, on the other hand, are another matter. Still remember this fight. Oh. Sabotaged! What am I trying to accomplish with this? I think I'm just trying to delay the admission that I have to go all the way back. Great French accent. I think Elkanu might question the question the validity of my French terms. All right. So I either gotta go up a level, or I gotta go down a level. Well, down a level has me facing what did me in last time. So let's see if we can have a better time moving up in the world. These guys are a pain at that distance. Oh no! I did not mean to trigger that guy. Again, I just want absolutely no part of being anywhere near those things exploding, so it's overly cautious, but it's what the doctor ordered right now. I'm also really nervous to do things like scratch my nose, because I have no idea when the next enemy is going to appear out of nowhere. Ooh. primal aspids out of nowhere. I give up. That's the time I say the quest isn't worth it. No! Alright, this is going to be a bit of a pain to deal with, but... Actually, maybe I can just give him the slip by walking normally. Again, I say they're alright for, nuts. They're alright for harvesting souls, but again, it's one of these things where I don't really want to tempt fate if I don't have to. I'm not even trying pogo jumping on these things, just on the odd chance I mistime the hit. Oh god. Significantly more fraught than last time I was here. Okay, now I didn't actually assent to going through Green Path. You know, Green Path could be... There are worse ways I could go than through Green Path. Like Fog Canyon, that is just asking for me to lose the flower. So I think Green Path is the least painful of the routes I can go. So let's actually take a minute to work this out. So I go through Green Path, I go... Man, do I go through Green Path south, bypass Fog Canyon entirely, and then go into the Queen's Guards? I'm not 100% clear where this grave is, but it feels like, again, if I shift tab, this spot here seems like a really good path. I'm gonna try and give him the slip. Again, I gotta be careful for the fly traps. Okay, so I want to head down and to the left if I can. All things being equal. And I should ideally assign... No! That was, like, obviously a legitimate loss, but I did fumble on my jump there. I was gonna say I wanted to move as rapidly as possible to specifically avoid stuff spawning and hitting me. So one thing I can do to make life a little easier for myself is probably try and kill... I don't know quite how the respawning works. It feels like some of them it cares about whether or not you've rested at a bench, and other ones it feels like they respawn no matter what. So I'm going to try... This is going to be my test case, because I know I'm going to be coming through here again. I want to see if those guys come back. That crawlid obviously did. Or whatever they're called. I guess this guy we left alone. But his friend's nowhere to be found, so... That's fine. We'll get the quest. Assuming they give me an unlimited number of delicate flowers, I should be able to make it happen. The other nice thing is it stops me from having to do the actual difficult stuff. Like finding the next secret areas of the map. Alright, so that guy definitely respawned. a modern game. If this was from 95, you'd have one chance and that's it. It's replayability. You have to start over from level 1 over and over and over again. You get the maximum value out of the game. I don't know if that's the rule. I mean, I definitely get the impression a lot of arcade games were artificially difficult to make sure that you kept chucking coins in them. I've never played an arcade machine that took quarters. It always took higher denominations, but I'm also assuming I probably was not playing arcade games at the time that arcade games were, like, a thing. Mind you, there was one, I think if you guys have seen, read a bunch of interviews with ye olde game devs and they were meant to exploit. Okay, cool. Yeah, so one arcade game I like a lot. So there was this sort of like arcade, it was like arcade mini golf. I'm sure like every town has a place that's like this. But it had an old Afterburner 2 machine. And if you've ever seen the movie Terminator 2, this is like there's some scenes of John Connor playing games in an arcade. Wait, destroyed again! Another rare and precious thing reduced to wilted stem. She does have spare, but Lemur must know a precious, sacred, fragile flower it is. She did not want to part with it, but for Milid love she would give all. Wouldst that quest again be taken? Then this new, sacred, one-of-a-kind flower she shall give you. As she warned before, it dost become precious as one's heart whilst held. If you were to get hurt again whilst carrying it, or did it to attempt to ride these jolting transit beasts, this one too shall be destroyed. Though my faith in one has been challenged, my hopes are still with you, Lemur. So, anyways, yeah. So, there's sort of the idea of at least some of the future resistance leader John Connor's training came from 90s video games, because you see him playing like Missile Command, and one of the games is Afterburner 2. So there's this contraption that he's riding in where it's a little bit like a cockpit and it's moving around. I think the game might have been published by Sega. I'm not 100% sure. But anyways, this arcade had that. It also had Terminator 2 Pinball, which was super cool. In case you haven't guessed, I really like the Terminator movies. I could play that thing forever. Like, the Afterburner, I'm pretty sure it was Afterburner 2. Great soundtrack. And it was just really cool to be able to like get into a machine that sort of had this cockpit and fly around playing an arcade shooter. The only drawback is that it was very clear. So like I kind of thought that I was just like screwing up the game, and I was not very good at it, but I just enjoyed the process of sort of zipping around in the cockpit. Turns out that probably for a very long time that machine was broken. Like the cockpit control was simply not responsive. And I'm pretty sure I sunk a lot of tokens into that, even though it was broken, either not realizing or not caring about that status. But again, the game was just too fun. So, but yeah, eventually I realized that like my plane was always going into like the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, no matter what I did. And at that, like once the illusion that it, like I can accept me being bad at the game. That's fine, because like I'm still having a good time playing it. But once I lose that illusion that I'm actually controlling the game, it ceased to be fun. But yeah. Anyways, if you watch, first of all, if you haven't seen Terminator 2, it's pretty good. You should definitely watch it. If you haven't seen Terminator 1, you should definitely watch it. But on top of that, if it's been a while and you don't know what I'm talking about, watch the opening of it when you see John Connor in the arcade machine. In the arcade. The machine where he is playing a fighter jet is the game I'm talking about. And it is still an incredibly fond gaming moment. I am pretty sure I'm going to sink like a quarter of my disposable income into an afterburner machine if I find one again. But I have to assume that whatever machines still exist for that are probably getting very old and very decrepit. So I'm not optimistic on the prospect, let's say. You know, it's funny you mentioned Nightalian. There is an article that I read. I think it was for Eurogamer. It's a pretty decent one in my opinion, and it was talking about the different, like, so it was kind of talking about how technology informed sort of certain ways that games ended. So, you know, I mean, I guess in the case of arcade games, sometimes you might want to build them to last forever. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be hard. Like, actually, so this is maybe one of the funny things, right? If you take a look at the sort of stuff that's successful right now, games like Valheim or Ark or, you know, these sort of experience generators, I think is a term people talk. You know, RimWorld is another great example of a game that, you know, seems to just constantly sell no matter what. You know, to a certain extent, there is still sort of that arcade mentality. The games that seem to be seeing a lot of success in the modern marketplace, at least as far as sort of independent games are concerned, are these ones that sort of continue to spin off, spin off a lot of kind of one-off, maybe not one-off, but like they continue to spin off a lot of these different experiences each time you play them. You know, whether you're building a fortress, or whether you're, telling your story of your band of survivors in RimWorld. It just sort of seems to be that is something that is, has been quite successful for a while. You can sort of see Battle Royale as being an example of that too, right? It's something that's sort of designed to be played over and over and over again. Like as soon as you usually lose the Battle Royale, those things are sort of made for you to chuck in the extra quarter, or in this case, start the next round. Whereas, actually, another interesting comparison might be if you consider Kitfox games, Moon Hunters and Lucifer Within Us. So one thing you hear a lot about Lucifer Within Us is how short it is, which, I don't necessarily mind short games, especially if they're very good games. So I thought that was rather an unfair criticism of Lucifer Within Us. Like, don't get me wrong, I'd love to see more Lucifer Within Us. It's just I don't really feel that I don't feel like I got something lesser for it being a short game. And I feel like Kitfox is kind of upfront in terms about the length. But compare that to Moon Hunters, which is sort of, it's procedurally generated. You get to tell the story over and over and over again. I think, you can sort of see the relative success of those games if you measure the review count. Now, obviously, Moon Hunters has been out for years, whereas Lucifer Within Us hasn't. But still, with that in mind, you can definitely see that Moon Hunters has sort of had, if you go back into the history of the reviews, like it definitely seems like it had a higher review count than Lucifer Within Us on the comparable time. And that might just be, that could be a change in taste, because obviously Steam has changed over over a while. I believe Tanya Short has said that Moon Hunters wasn't necessarily very successful on release, and that was a game that was actually sort of discovered after, which sort of interests me, because obviously, like, I couldn't find that in the data for the blog post that I did for Kitfox. But it's also because I had a partial data set, and a lot of the stuff that I was talking about had to be inferred from what I had, and what I had was modern experience. So it could just be that that's an incorrect inference that I did in the analysis. But one way or the other. And I want to be clear, like, I've not been given sort of special knowledge on that. I probably at some point maybe should have that chat. Like, if I do some follow-up work with regards to, and it depends on when, Moon Hunter's got its sales, I probably should have that chat and figure out exactly the timeline of those sorts of things. But just because I am invoking something that I've actually taken a look at a data set with, I just want to be clear. You're not learning something that you can't find yourself by looking at Steam. But anyways, I think that's another example of just sort of a design... Ooh, careful. There we go. I think it's an example of something where the modern marketplace actually sort of seems to be responding to an arcade experience, which is sort of designed to be played over and over and over again. Now, Neutrino V, I did read your message earlier. So back at your keyboard, Afterburner 2, also one you also played a lot of back in the day. If you were a collector, you'd probably get the Star Wars arcade cockpit version first. I had no idea that there was such an artifact. I mean, I'm just a product of the town I grew up in. So I've talked a little bit about my background. So there's one town that I grew up in, which is a reasonably large one. Oh, careful. I kind of want to get the points for taking that thing out, but let's not risk my health on adventures. I think at some point I'm gonna have to bounce off of these guys, but if I can put off that moment as much as possible. Well, let's see. Yeah, this actually probably wouldn't be a bad time for me to collect those entries, because I can get a nice advance warning of when they're showing up, and they only need 2 hits. It was a different game Star Wars release a few years before Afterburn. Okay. But yeah, so like it was, I didn't really grow up in a, so there's this place that I grew up in, which I've told you about, Grand Forks, for that really bizarre connection where it turns out the director of the Kane Mutiny grew up there. I had no idea, and that is such a weird, like, I never thought I would hear anything about that town again. But there you have it. But yeah, then the one I grew up. So again, not a particularly small place in the province that I grew up in, but also not super. I don't want to go down into mysterious places. Oh no! These guys are tough. I usually take damage from them. Okay, we're gonna get the drop on him. No! Okay. Okay, it's 3 hits. But yeah, so like my experience is largely going to be tempered by whatever I was exposed to in a a somewhat small town. I mean, obviously living in Vancouver is a whole other question. Like Vancouver, you kind of have access to everything. Ooh. I think just dodging those guys is the right call. I'm gonna try. Okay, I gotta be careful about this. I'm gonna slip down. You grew up in a seaside town in the UK that had many gaming arcades. You played them all, starting with Pong, showing your age now. Well, that's just it. Like, for me, Afterburner was, I guess, at least a decade. Well, I guess I wouldn't know when it came out. Anyways, like, that was like, Terminator 2 was an old movie by the time I played Afterburner 2. I think is probably the fairest way of me putting that. Oh, if the grave is in the bottom right-hand corner, I am gonna cry. Yeah, well, I mean, I think by the standards of Twitch, pretty much anybody... Mid-80s? Oh, Jesus, that is an old game. Yeah, I think pretty much by the standards of Twitch, we are all very old. Because I think, like, the average Twitch user probably cannot truthfully answer... cannot truthfully say they're old enough to watch this stream. So I'm questioning the wisdom of this, but I'm thinking it's like, do I want to try and risk the jumping? Because I usually do wind up spiked on those. Am I willing to risk Fog Canyon? Nah, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. If I fall to the spikes, that is a shame. But that will give me a chance to try and find the... No way. Alright. Alright, well, we had no chance anyway. Oh, Jesus. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna try and find the grave before I go back. Afterburner was 1987. Maybe I just have these really rose-colored glasses about it, because, like, I imagine it as a somewhat modern, like, really cool game. But yeah, I was not even remotely close to playing that in 87. So yeah, no, it would be fair to say that probably was decades old? Yeah. It was an old game when I played it. And knowing that it was released in 87... oh, wait a minute. Yeah, so... because there was an Afterburner and there was an Afterburner 2. So maybe I'm mistaking the sequel. Either way. Very good game. Quite a bit older than I would have suspected. But worthy of mention. And it's actually really cool that somebody who's watched... somebody who watches the stream knows what the hell I'm talking about. Re-release for Sega Genesis. Oh, so they made a console version. Presumably it did not come with a moving cockpit. The funny thing is, combat doesn't really seem to be my my major threat here. It's the environmental hazards that have really savaged the run. But again, seeing as we're already in the garden, I don't think it would hurt to verify where this grave is. Also, if I haven't hit that pile, it's likely I haven't done whatever's over here. Hello? Love key. Oh, I think I know where this goes. Corpse of mossy vagabond overcome with infection. Lights. Okay, well that's clearly not the grave. So maybe the City of Tears is the right way for me to go through this. Oh wow, there's a dream thingamajiggy I haven't touched yet. Far out, man. So I guess one nice thing about this quest is even though I've been blowing it as far as the flowers are concerned, I am finding new stuff. This is my very first run through of Hollow Knight Neutrino V. I seem to be finding these weird spots in places that I'd sort of long since finished. I don't know why I'm struggling with the spikes all of a sudden. Oh, come on. Well, I know that one's actually specifically designed to be kind of hard. Okay, I don't know it, but it sure seems like it. Leaves in splendor, pale root. But yeah, so there's a few spots that I've clearly been through, but I'm still discovering sort of new things. Now I've kind of set myself up for a little bit of a challenge here because I said I didn't want to go on any of the benches. For fear of respawning enemies, but I do need to find health, so... Seems ages ago when I watched you begin playing it. Yeah, it's been a few weeks. Hey, the Eyes of Sin. I have found the moth that wants me to deliver the delicate flowers, so guess what the rest of the stream's going to be spent doing? This is going to be my chance to shout out the Eyes of Sin in a little bit. So I'm shouting out the Eyes of Sin's Twitch channel because she does occasionally stream on Twitch, and I figure, particularly for people like that, because they don't necessarily stream regularly, you're going to have fewer opportunities to see them posted. And as a result, one of the better things that I can do is recommend that you follow them, so that when the time comes, you can see all the wonderful qualities I'm talking about. Now, of course, Night Valian does get quite a few hosts, and I hope you've followed off of the basis of those, but same thing applies, except that Night Valian has a more regular streaming schedule. But as far as the Eyes of Sin is concerned, the main benefit for the Eyes of Sin, if the grave is in here, I give up. Here sleeps the traitor's child. Wait a minute. The grave isn't the... That is the grave, isn't it? Or it could be that the moth is the... Or sorry, the traitor because of the moth, but... I'm gonna make a guess that is the grave I need to deliver to. I'm gonna take a quick second to look at any of the other sort of indicators, just in case. But that definitely strikes me as the sort of thing that they'd give to you at the end of a tough quest. Yeah, so this kind of, as suspected, isn't gonna give me any grave information. I suppose technically I could be checking that other region that I unlocked, but I just don't see how that really applies. Anyways, I want to talk about the Eyes of Sin. So the Eyes of Sin is the person who really gently pushed me to try Hollow Knight, and I'm very grateful that they did so. But the claim to fame, and I know we're kind of at the end of the great great subscription gift giving. Elysian Nights, it's that dulcet System Chalk voice you've been missing so much. Great to see you again, as always. But yeah, we're getting at the end of those donated subscriptions coming through. But I know a number of you have been enjoying their wonderful contributions to the stream in the form of the emotes, which, if you have not seen recently, are these. Obviously, 2 of them are locked behind the higher tiers, but you can unlock them using channel points, now renamed to System Stock. And in addition to being quite a talented artist, The Eyes of Sin is available for voice work. No, Microsoft Edge. I want absolutely nothing of the sort. And you wonder why people don't use you. If you are interested in checking out her stuff, or checking out their stuff and possibly hiring them for commissions, here's a couple of links for you. So I think Twitter is the best place if you want to reach out, or also if you know someone who's looking to have emotes done, or any other artwork. I believe The Eyes of Sin is also moving into photography. But Twitter's probably the best place to reach out if you are looking for commissions. And then for those of you that would just like to follow Eyes of Sin's art, you can check out their Ko-fi page, ko-fi.com/The Eyes of Sin. This is also a place where you can do donations. So to buy a coffee for The Eyes of Sin, $5, which I think is a very reasonable price to support somebody who makes a living doing creative work. But in addition to that, there is the old posting ground for art, and you will happen to notice some early versions of the emotes on this Tumblr page as well. And I know a number of you sort of had to hear this pitch a few times over. The Eyes of Sin is definitely somebody who I think is very much worth taking the time to shout out. I am incredibly happy. I feel that the emotes really add something to the stream, and I'm really happy that as far as I'm concerned, there wouldn't really be a reason to sub to the channel without the emotes. I really do think that out of people who have contributed something to the stream, the Eyes of Sin has probably done the most in terms of providing added value and giving back to the people who have done the sub. I obviously really appreciate the sub, but I don't want the sub to be something that is just sort of me taking the money and not giving any of that anything back, and giving some emotes that give the stream some character and people can use in their own circumstances work really well. I am also really happy. I'm not going to get tired of pointing this out, but whether intentionally or not, the Eyes of Sin designed the System 1 HMM emote in such a way that the sunglasses look really good on that emote. I'm also very curious, so let's take Aristotle, who already has a beard. There you go. There's Aristotle with an even beardier beard. And if you didn't think that System 1 Smart had an appropriate thinking modifier, well, there you go. It's double thoughtful. Anyways, I think it's a testament to the Eyes of Sin's artistic abilities that these emotes actually really do work very well with Twitch's modifications. Yeah, well, that's just it. I believe the modifications came after you had made those emotes, but I mean, like, they work, right? Obviously, there's no real adjustment you can make to the modifiers. They just really fit incredibly well. So, like I said, there's a few dimensions. The Eyes of Sin is somebody who I'm obviously incredibly happy to see inside of chat. They're somebody who I've gotten a chance to know a little bit better in person, and somebody who I think just has really interesting ideas. And Protector of Root and Leaf, we honor you. All right, so that's not the grave. At this point, I'm just kind of trying to recover some souls. Ah, interesting. But yeah, on top of all of that, the Eyes of Sin is just someone who I think is fun to be around, someone who I've gotten to know a little bit better, someone who I think has a lot to offer the world, both in terms of artistic ability. I never cease to be impressed by people's ability to... So, like, one of the problems I have for myself is that I've never really been able to assign a price to my services. I've always sort of had a union or some variation of that to sort of price my labor. And so while I've often wanted to try and, go into business for myself, the fact of the matter is that I, half the time I think that, I should just be giving my stuff away and be happy for an opportunity to work on stuff, which is clearly not the way one builds a sustainable business. There's obviously a lot of people offering the ability to do emotes, to do those kinds of commissions, and it's a really tough business, and it's one in which the Eyes of Sin has been able to carve out sort of a place for themselves. And as a result, especially because, there's someone I can sort of speak to in terms of my own experience and someone who I've returned to for those commissions, I really want to do what I can to try and help them help them connect with potential clients, but also let all of you enjoy the work that they do. And I don't know, like it's also to a point where I'm sort of lucky that I've been able to do work from home, and so as a result, I'm not quite feeling the same sort of pinch that that necessarily everybody else is in during the pandemic. And so being able to try and help a friend, help someone who does good work, maybe potentially find a source of income, whether it's through donations through coffee or through commissions. It's definitely something that I want to try and do and support. So I know I'm sure a few of you get tired of the exceedingly long pitches, but I think the Eyes of Sin is someone who's really contributed a lot to the stream, someone who I'm very grateful to see stop by, and if ever I get a chance to sing their praises, I want to let you guys know. Time is for you to sleep. Go to chat and watch the stream. Until next time, have a great one, Neutrino V. Thank you very much for using those emotes. They always make me happy. Thank you for reliving some fond memories about Afterburner. I hope you have a good one, and I will try to make some more progress. Sorry, I'm not paying attention to the game at all. I don't know if these guys respawn on benches or if they just respawn every time I come back in, but glad to hear it. Actually, there is one thing I want to say. This is going to be a little negative. I got to balance out the positivity of talking about what a swell person the Eyes of Sin is. But some of you on Twitter might have noticed I wrote something about Humble. So it is worth mentioning, the affiliate programs that I'm a part of are the Epic Store, which likely will be going away in April. Epic Store is going to be around, but my affiliate link will be probably going away in April. I'm not quite sure the new terms are worth it for me. So, and I will admit it is getting a little grating to have to litigate the Epic Store each time it comes up. So, I'll just leave. I'll leave it be, and I'll leave it for other people to carry on with their links. But the other one is I did join the Humble Partner Program, and I'll admit I did actually have some issues with joining that particular program based on some of my previous interactions with Humble in the past, but it did seem to be something. There was a very clear request, which was, I want to support the broadcast. I do not want to use the Epic Store. If you get another alternative, I will use that. I'm not allowed to talk about the Epic numbers, but I believe it's okay to talk about sort of relative terms. I can say for that statement, people definitely, in terms of actual behavior, people definitely use the Epic link more. Now again, that's my own individual circumstance, and I can't give individual numbers. So much for that experiment. But just because I'm a member of those affiliate programs doesn't necessarily mean I'm only going to say nice things about them. And I got an email from Humble that actually really annoyed me. Now, I think the good news is that it's probably just for affiliates only so far. But basically, actually, tell you what, I think I've got my... Do I have my phone nearby? Either way, I can access my email. So... the title for this email is Your Interview Invitation - Are You Ready to Take Control? Now, in pretty much any mobile application, and I'm pretty sure for most email applications, like just desktop applications, you're going to see at least the first 3 words. You're not necessarily going to see the other half. And it's an advertisement for Humble Choice and the fact that it includes control. And it seems to me pretty clear that the intention is to get people to open that email. And the reason they're getting people to open that email is because it's talking about an interview. And you might, if you're doing job applications, obviously you are going to want to open an interview an email that says interview. And I think the fact that they are sending out an email like that when the unemployment rates are what they are is really cynical and really mean. I am not happy at all that they did that. So, yeah. Needless to say, I really do not think that was a first-class move on the part of Humble. And now again, I mean, it could just be an honest mistake, and I could be reading too much into it. But I've sort of seen enough attention getting ahead. Actually, this is one funny thing. My emails are really long, but I have been told from multiple sources that I'm actually really good at writing email titles that get opened. So I kind of know the tricks, at least for the people I email. But yeah, I don't know. I think there was a very clear decision made about what kind of titles will get people to open an email. And I think it's really crummy to start a marketing email under the possibility that it's a job interview, and I'm pretty pissed off about it. That doesn't mean, like, again, I'm not going to call boycott Humble Bundle, but I don't know. Here's the thing, right? Like, Humble Bundle. So I like the fact. So charitable works. Well, they're not really works, but like charity stuff is nice. I like the fact that I believe some portion of what I put in, or at least people have the option of it, will go to a charity. I put the default one as Médecins Sans Frontières, or Doctors Without Borders. To me, that seems to be a pretty reasonable one that is probably hopefully uncontroversial in terms of the work that it does. It is worth remembering, like, the charity aspect for Humble is your money, right? You could donate that money directly to the charity, and Humble would not take its part of the transaction. And the other thing that really bugs me about the way that Humble operates is that when you get those bundles, if you, like, it used to be that you would always see the proportions of where they would go. And I think over the past year at least, probably longer, they've actually made the default so that you don't see where the money goes. And the Humble tip is something like 30%. That's 30% that's not going to the charity or the broadcaster or the person who's making the bundle. That's money directly in Humble's pocket. Which again, for me, is one of these things where I'm like, look, you gotta pay the bill somehow. But I just really wish that they would, you can build a business predicated on the idea that people, will do the right thing and allocate accordingly. Or you can build a business around the idea that people are going to have, they're going to go for the default, and you're going to make that default a really high number. And, I don't know. I just don't really think that Humble deserves that much credit for letting people direct an extra part of their purchase towards charity. Like, I would probably respect it a little bit more if, say, it was Steam, Valve saying, normally we take 30% off the game, 10% of what we're going to keep the fee at 30%, but for this month we're going to put 10% of the Steam fee towards this charitable cause. That would be money that's profit for Valve, or would have been profit for Valve, going towards a charitable endeavor. But what Humble's kind of doing is they're taking money in your name and distributing it to this cause. And then they're adding this little thing here. It's like, and you can give us a tip for being nice people. And I'm like, well, no, that's not how I want to do that. Particularly when that amount is 30%. So, I don't know, just So, like, here's the thing, and I stress this. Like, I actually really don't care if when you use one of those bundles, like, using my number. Like, I'm going to give you an example in terms of what's going on here. So, if you spent $20, tell you what, I'll actually bring up a specific, as you can see, I'm really mad about this. Let's see what bundles they have available. Stellaris Discovery, build your own bundle, enter a code. Oh, okay. So I actually kind of like the O'Reilly bundles that they do. So the O'Reilly base level is $1.26 Canadian. Mid-tier is $12.66. It's got a C# 8 pocket reference if you want to get into Unity. And then if you pay $22.80, you get like a machine learning pocket reference, Python pocket reference, Git pocket reference. Like, there are better O'Reilly bundles, but let's just take this. So, like, the O'Reilly bundles are normally ones that I think are a decent enough value. So let's say, okay, so I do the $22.80. I'm going to scroll down now. I know you guys can't see this screen, unfortunately. So I push this button, $22.80. Now, below that, in like the gray text area, in plain text, it says, choose where your money goes. So we'll click on that. O'Reilly gets $12.54. Code for America gets $1.14. And the humble tip is $9.12. So the actual charitable contribution for that under the default options is 5%. Humble, I'm pretty sure that's 30%, but I'll manually calculate to be sure. 40%! What are they doing? Okay, it's higher than the last time I checked. So Humble's gonna take almost half of what you put in your default bundle. By the way, if you guys don't know what section I'm talking about, I will take the time to show you in the browser. 40% is ridiculous. I actually am debating about getting rid of my Humble link now that I've seen that. But yeah, anyways, suffice to say, it's good that you can like game for charity. Humble kind of needs to do a little bit of soul searching in terms of what they're about and whether or not, like, here's the thing. I'm not saying that what they're doing is like against the law or anything, but it's a question about like when you're given it's the shopping cart test, right? Do you return the shopping cart to where it's supposed to be, or do you leave somebody else to do that? I should have practiced the grave a little bit more. I destroyed again. Another rare and precious thing reduced to a wilted stem. Che does have spare, but Lemur must know a precious, sacred, fragile flower it is. She did not want to part with it, but for maleted love she would give all. Wouldst that quest again be taken? Yes. Bit confused. What are they doing? So, then this new sacred, one-of-its-kind flower she shall give to you. As Che warned before, it dost become precious as one's heart whilst held. If you were to get hurt again whilst carrying it, or did attempt to ride those jolting transit beasts, this one too shall be destroyed. Though my faith in one has been challenged, my hopes are still with you, Lemur. So basically, you know how you can get those bundles, and like so. Okay, so first of all, let me break this apart one by one, Night Alien. You know what I'm talking about in terms of like getting a Humble bundle, like a collection of games or books, and you pick the amount that you want to pay, right? Okay, so I went to a bundle, which is one that I might actually wind up getting for myself anyway. So my next question to you is, did you know that you can allocate where your money goes? Okay. Have you tried to do the allocation recently? You call it either charity, devs, or a third. The third option is the Humble tip, so that's money that goes directly into Humble's pocket. There's also a fourth option now, so if you use somebody's affiliate link, you can decide how much goes to the streamer. You haven't used it in years. Okay, so it used to be that was prominently displayed below the amount that you would donate. It is no longer there. It is below the amount that you enter in a totally different section that kind of looks like the terms and conditions that you don't read in plain text. It's a like a drop-down menu, so you have to hit the button to open it up. And assuming that you find that, you will find that 5% goes to charity, 40% goes to Humble. Their default option is to take 40% of the money that you spend on a bundle, and they have made it quite a bit more difficult than it used to be to see that they're doing that. And the last, like, I've seen that they've been hiding that menu for a while now, but it used to be that it was 30. They've actually raised the amount to 40 now. So basically these bundles are sort of being sold, and I think a lot of people's perceptions of it are built around, I think a lot of the perceptions are built around when they were a little bit more open and when they were taking less money on those things. When the reality is that they are actually taking a very large proportion of the money, and actually relatively little is going towards charity now. Again, like, it's just one of these things where, they are completely within their rights to set it up that way, right? There is no rule saying that you have to prominently display that sort of thing. But it is pretty clear what they're doing. And when I combine that with the fact that they decided to send out an email that, used phrasing that sort of seemed to indicate that there might have been a job interview, that was the first thing I thought when I saw the title. At a time when the unemployment rates are so high and people really are trying to find a job. And there's actually someone very specific, I can't believe this. There's someone very specific I'm thinking of when I think about that. I just think that, like, Humble is sort of taking a lot of credit for stuff that they're really trying to push people away from. So again, it's not a super, like, it's not an oath of enmity. I'm not gonna, like, say, boycott Humble Bundle, but it's just this question of, they had a chance to behave differently than they did, and it seems that they made the choice to try and maximize the amount that went into their pocket. And I think they are rather heavily relying on people's people's tendency to stick with default options, and to to people's perfectly understandable desire to read an email that seems like it might be related to a job. I'll stop ranting about it, though, because I might be the only person who's mad about that. I just think it's scummy. Not just default option, new people won't even find it. Yeah, exactly. It is also fair to say, like, Canada's kind of going through... So, for those of you who aren't in Canada, we've had a couple of scandals kicking around lately. Some of these scandals are the product of one of the... Like, the opposition party really wanting to make hay out of things that are not... That are probably not really a problem, but look kind of bad. And the government hasn't really helped its case. Like, there's definitely been some very entitled and some very, questionable choices made on the part of the government with regards to certain ethics issues. Hey, Sean, I was ranting about Humble, but the the thing is that, like, one of the organizations that's sort of been the focus of a lot of this scandal stuff is a group called the We Charity. Yeah, sorry, I screwed up your flower. And one of the stories that's come out of this is there was a donor to the We Charity. So they said that you donate this amount of money, it's going to build a school. I think it was somewhere in sub-Saharan Africa. And there would be a plaque. There'd be a plaque sort of commemorating the donation on it. Right, that's sort of the exchange. You do the donation, the school gets built, and there is a plaque to commemorate the donation. I would be dead, Night Valian. There'd be a plaque commemorating it. So this donor, I think it was $20,000 that they had donated. And it was due to the loss of their son. So he donated this money for I don't know if... I want to say it was a school in Rwanda, but I don't know if it was in Rwanda. Anyways, the donation for the school, went to the unveiling, saw the plaque, in memory of son's name, carries on. Was apparently very attached to this, very moved by it, and went back the second year, anniversary for the opening of the school. Went back a third year, plaque is gone. And the charity has said that they have stopped doing the plaques, but they have been... It's very specific in avoiding the question about whether or not this was the only case of a plaque that was sort of sold as being a permanent part of the school, whether or not that happened to anybody else. And again, like, there's any number of other things going on with that. So the thing is that, not every charity is made equal. I'm very, very selective in terms of the stuff that I give to charity, because there are a lot of there are now organizations which are dedicated towards taking a look at the kinds of administrative fees that these various charities will set up. I mean, some charities are built basically, like philanthropic foundations are basically set up so that they can, wealthy people can hire their kids. Have the tax write-off for their charitable contributions, and it just happens to be a way that they can sort of spread the money around to their to the family, and get a write-off doing it. So this is definitely not an argument against charitable giving. I think it's actually very fair to say that we underdo charitable giving. I think there's been a couple of studies that actually show that the less well off you are, the more you donate to charity. And I'm going to say too, some of the stuff I donate to actually isn't necessarily the sort of thing that people would say, oh, well, this definitely needs to be done. So like I've donated a bit of money to the Canadian War Museum, specifically so that they can kind of do they can travel across the country and show some of the artifacts to more remote regions. And there's a couple of reasons for that, which is number one, my granddad from Australia, we inherited his parachute. He was in the Australian Air Force in World War II. This is where I get the anecdote about the Australians dropping empty beer bottles from the planes to disrupt the enemy's sleep. But every Remembrance Day, with November 11th in Canada, commemorating the wars Canada has fought in. We would show the parachute, we'd show the medals, and that would be, a case of, being able to share some history. I also remember, living in Grand Forks, that really remote community. There was an actual, Egyptian mummy that, again, they put it in, kind of on tour. And I don't know the full circumstances under which it happened, but it just so happens that there was a specific provision made for sending that thing to remote communities, so that people would be able to see something that's normally sort of reserved for large museums and big cities and such. And so I was able to see that in a town that, other than, being the birthplace of the director of the Caine Mutiny, really does not have that much, really does not have that much going for it. And so, again, orphan diseases, right? If we've learned anything from COVID-19, it's that there is an entire branch of pharmaceuticals that simply are not getting enough money towards being researched, because it's just not economically viable for these companies to develop drugs. Antimicrobial resistance, again, another very sensible thing to put charity towards. Women's shelters, there's a lot of stuff that you really does need money, and it goes to a good cause. And I definitely know a very, very specific subset of friends who would say, why would you waste your money on the War Museum? Aren't you promoting war? No, that is not the purpose of war museums. But, again, it's very easy to get paralyzed by those choices. I'm not even going to argue that the choices that I've made are the best ones, but they are ultimately my choices. And I do think it is important, where you can, to donate something. The arguments against donating something are pretty weak. Again, so it's definitely none of this rant is definitely against is an argument against charitable giving. But I do think it is, it's just one of these things that, when you see Humble's default option being to take 40% and to put as much effort as they can into the design of the website to make sure that you're not seeing that that's what they're taking, or that you even have the option of adjusting how much goes to the charity. That is something that is basically the sort of thing where they're just like any other. They're like any other charity that wants to kind of get the credit for doing the good work, but is just doing everything they possibly can to make sure as much of that money as can reasonably be claimed, or unreasonably be claimed, is going into their pocket, and they're getting credit for it. Hello, Olaf. Thank you very much for the host. Sorry you caught me while I was in the. I thought I kind of said I was done ranting, and then and then I went for round two. Not the first time I've done an unexpected round two in the last little while, but I think I got it out of my system now. we're back to our regularly scheduled screwing up Hollow Knight. So I think I can go to the left and have a slightly more direct path to the... That was a pretty good one as far... Thank you, Squiffy. I'm also realizing that maybe I shouldn't be a part of affiliate programs, because honestly, the only one that I have not had like a problem with has been Epic, and the only problem with Epic for me is that bringing it up just invites sort of a relitigation of the debate. Sometimes I like try and preempt it, so I am as guilty of that as anyone. But like, yeah, the affiliate programs have been a very mixed bag lately. It was probably always like that, and I'm just learning that people might be selfish. I am learning how the real world works through all of this. Or are you just happy to see me, the eyes of sin? What kind of burrito did you get? By the way, am I peeking out? Hang on. I feel like I've been blowing out the audio a lot. No, I've probably just been talking too loud. Sorry, I'll try and keep it a little softer. No, thanks, Night Alien. Again, I betrayed you on your audio, so especially hearing that come from you is appreciated. Oh, also, sorry guys, I'm an absolute scumbag. I'll actually see, again, I know we haven't gotten a lot done in the game, but as soon as I saw that there was a mission of don't get hit, I kind of knew that there would not be a lot of progress. Although, interestingly enough, more than I thought. But Sean LeBlanc is a... but I don't know if it's... Is there a... I should know, is the C a hard C or LeBlanc? I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm bad at French. I'm learning a little Latin. Seonis Euvenis Soft C. Sorry. Anyways, Sean is a local game developer. One of the friends. Okay, actually, here's a fun. I know I'm going to piss some people off on this because I happen to know there is a reasonably well represented contingent of people who like this guy, and suffice to say, I am not particularly impressed by their debating ability or what they contribute to the discourse. If you like them, that's fine. You know, diverse opinions are what make society interesting. But what was really interesting was my very first experience at the local game dev meetup. And this is after Sean already knows my first local game dev experience. That I'm going to keep to myself. But one of the first experiences I had with the local group was this guy. So we got to talking, and as pretty much anybody, you know, if you know me for all of 5 minutes, you'll know I'm an economist, because I'm particularly proud of this fact for some reason. But actually, no, if I like want to keep talking with you, the real secret is to know that I worked in movies. That's how you know I want the conversation to keep going. I am gonna screw this up so badly. But anyways, so I tried to oh, what do you do for that? And I tried to explain this paper that I did about measuring support for insurgencies in Pakistan. So the response, basically, whether or not the population supports insurgent groups more in response to drone strikes, because I had a data set of pretty good and accurate drone strike data, both in terms of where the strike occurred, as well as like the amount of damage, fatalities, casualties, so on and so forth. And I'm building up the moment. And and there was this survey that happened to be going on while there was actually some strikes that had occurred, that gave me some information that could be used to get a reasonably reliable estimate for sort of people's support for insurgent groups. And so, I did this paper. It was my undergraduate thesis. Anyways, like I kind of roughly explain in as short as I can, and the guy sort of gives the, correlation isn't causation. And I'm like, yeah, but I did just spend the last, 5 minutes kind of explaining how the identification strategy is to establish a causal effect. But like, whatever. I mean, like, obviously that's, any conversation that requires you to have spent 4 years in a university, you can't blame, somebody for. I might have been speaking in the wrong term. The part that scared the hell out of me, though, was shortly afterwards. Like, so do you listen to Jordan Peterson? And I'm like, oh God, one of these guys. And again, I apologize if you like Jordan Peterson. I don't, and maybe why I don't can be a separate conversation for another stream. But they were really, really fixated on this topic. And like, they really wanted to stress about how they never like really kind of came out and said that they had problems with, feminism or, certain political parties or whatever, but they were really pushing how profound it was to talk about the idea how like, censoring book, that's the slippery slope, and that's gonna it's gonna take us down. Like, that never has worked well in a country and so on. I'm like, well, I like Milton. I've read Areopagitica. I'm trying not to feed this conversation. I'm just thinking in the background, I was like, you're preaching to the choir here, right? Like, I've read Areopagitica. I am, generally more tolerant of what we talk about, what we go on. I do think there should be a robust public discourse, but I'm not, that doesn't mean that I don't think there isn't a role for, discussion and people to be able to tell you that you're an idiot or an asshole. But in any case, so after an experience, like one of my first experiences to have somebody sort of crap all over my thesis with like the weakest possible response you can ever have to any statistical analysis, and then sort of this unavoidable exchange about Jordan Peterson, this somewhat controversial Canadian, I don't know if they qualify as an academic or an intellectual or demagogue or whatever it is, but suffice to say, I'm sort of sitting there in the middle of this this really cool bar that the local meetup meets in, thinking is like, what did I get myself into? Like, are all game developers like this? This wasn't like this in Vancouver. And this is the part where I now say nice things about Sean. Sean has definitely removed that recollection from my well, he hasn't removed it because I obviously just spent a bunch of time telling you about it, building artificial suspense. But needless to say, that individual was the exception. And in fact, there are a lot of very cool people at the local game dev meetup. Sean is one of them. He has a particular gift for he's a particular gift for presentation. He's really good at reading the room and kind of getting some audience participation. But he's also very prolific Bitsy tool and game maker, also some other tools in there. and that link that I put inside of chat is a chance to check out his games. And I keep promising that I'm going to be going back to it. I actually have a big stack of like underloved indies that I've been wanting to do a special day for, and Hollow Knight has sort of been taking up that spot. It's a chance for me to say Sean was a much better representation of the local Ottawa game dev community, and I'm very happy that I got a chance. Like I stuck with the group. I actually think it was his presentation that made me say, it's like, I definitely need to come back here. So this is where you reveal your latest project composed of bigotry masquerading as some sort of Oedipal self-help book, right? And yes, Squiffy, this is the same individual. I should maybe say, guys, if you don't know who that person is, I'm not entirely sure that you are doing yourself any favors looking this person up. You may find something of value in there. And again, I need to realize that there are some people who really like this person and will take it the wrong way. There's another person I'm thinking of whose name I'm not going to say where this has happened, and somebody's like, I forgive you for not liking them. And I'm like, I don't need your forgiveness for not liking them. I have very good reasons for not liking this. This person's a little more unambiguous. This is a person with white supremacist leanings, which is one of the reasons I'm not mentioning their name. But the best thing I can say for it, this, I know some of you've probably run into people who are like really into Ayn Rand. And again, if you're one of these people who's really into Ayn Rand, I'm sorry, I just think it's very cute that there's somebody who says in all sincerity, as in the United States of all places, wouldn't it be nice if people could be more selfish? But my experience with Ayn Rand friends, very decent people, but whenever the topic of their favorite philosopher comes up, the usual comment is something along the lines of, you can't criticize her until you've read all of her works. And there seems to be a bit of an overlap with that kind of mentality with Mr. Peterson's fans. And I've also noticed that if you click on one video on YouTube, it is the only thing that will ever show up in your algorithm for like a year afterwards. And that is one of the reasons I'm slightly nervous about saying that name, although he's got a new book out, so you're probably going to hear that name anyway. But suffice to say, there are many good things that you can search. I did mention Médecins Sans Frontières, by the way, which you can do a search for. You could also do a search for the Canadian War Museum or the Canadian Museum of History. You could do a search for the 7 Years' War. You could actually do a search for the Holodomor, which I think is a very important piece of history that's worth looking at, or Tiananmen Square. There's lots of things that you can search the internet for and find worthwhile things to read about. And so please, if you get one Google search out of tonight, please don't let it be that one. I gave you a number of good recommendations, including the Eyes of Sins and Sean's websites. And hopefully I have avoided pissing too many people off, except for the people who just want me to keep playing the game. Here sleeps the traitor's child. All right, I feel accomplished. And if I was also going to say, Sean, if you're worried about code of conduct violations, it was before we introduced a code of conduct. I actually haven't seen that person since. And the danger of that conversation was more about it becoming tedious rather than them saying something bigoted. Although who knows, right? Just in case you think I'm a haven for the toxic elements in the Dirty Rectangles community. We're planning the coup. The next annual meeting, we've got a slate of representatives to take it over and merge it with Elkanu. Thank you very much for the host. I'll actually cover that in just a minute. I was gonna say something super cutting. I was gonna say we're gonna merge it with, is it Joey Drew Studios? Anyways, yes, we will finally unite the game development scene. Not staying because super late. No problem at all, El Canoe. I know. So I'm sorry, guys. I know I've spent a lot of time outside of Hollow Knight, but I simply cannot let it go by without talking about El Canoe. El Canoe is a very talented French streamer. He is the person. I still remember the very first stream I ever watched him play. It was an excellent Australian game called Satellite Rain. It's sort of a modern take on Syndicate. I believe might actually have former Syndicate developers working on it, or well, who had worked on it. And the funny thing is that so I'd originally checked out Syndicate because I was interested in buying it, or not Syndicate, sorry. I'd originally checked out the Satellite Rain because I was interested in buying it, and all of the English streamers made it look really boring. And so I sort of said, well, I want to give this game a shot, and I'm not 100% sure these people are showing the game in all the best light. So, let me see what it's like. I was like, let's see what Twitch is like if you watch it in another language. And it turns out there's actually some really good streamers in other languages. So El Canoe did a really good job of it. I mean, I am Canadian and I live on the border of Quebec, so in this case, there's a bit of an incentive to become bilingual, other than, of course, the enriching experience of learning another language, and the mark of a learned man being knowing more than one language and such. But anyways, it was a chance for me to say, it's like, let's see if I can undumb myself by watching El Canoe. And again, he did just such a great job with it, and he's done a little bit of everything. I've watched him play Wolfenstein: The New Order. I've watched him play saying Wolfenstein: The New Order, and then nothing else. Actually, all my examples are going to be ZeniMax. It might be because I've gotten Game Pass subscription now, and obviously they've acquired ZeniMax, and obviously all the best people work for Microsoft. So, but anyways, El Canoe has been doing great stuff. I think. Wait, were you I didn't know you were streaming tonight, El Canoe. He may not even be here, but please do check him out. I actually don't know what he was playing today because I didn't think he was streaming. But that just shows how ignorant I am. Oh, still here. That's very, very good of you, because I know you said it was late. If you don't mind telling us what you were streaming lately, hopefully people who are fans of the game will follow you around. Please do check out El Canoe. It's not just El Canoe. There have actually been a number of people who've stopped by and have been great members of the community. That's everyone from Pompaneko, one of his moderators. I think she's still one of your moderators. Very kindly gifted the stream a copy of The Sea Will Claim Everything. Mark Lechat, Avia. Oh, A Way Out is so good. Are you going to try It Takes Two when it comes out later this month? My favorite stream last year was doing A Way Out with Johnny Big Time. I gotta go check your VOD for that, El Canoe. You would be perfect for that game. In any case, El Canoe has a wonderful community, and I apologize. Bienvenue, Canoes. Je m'appelle System Shock. Je parle un peu français. But yeah, It Takes Two is the next Hazelight game, which I believe is due out this month. But anyways, in case you haven't noticed, El Canoe is a streamer I'm very enthusiastic about. And I will say, if you are a broadcaster yourself, I actually think El Canoe is a really wonderful lesson in terms of nonverbal communication, because even if you don't speak French, and as you can tell from my very dreadful attempt at that language, you can you could actually get a lot out of watching his stream, even if you don't know the language. And again, I just think he's particularly good at physical comedy, but he's got a very welcoming atmosphere, and he's somebody who's actually very entertaining to watch, even if you're not a French speaker. Anyways, I'm sorry, Elkin. I should stop singing your praises so you can get some sleep. I really appreciate you stopping by. I always appreciate your host because particularly in your case, I know that there are a number of French speakers that you could host, and it would be not only good for the growth of your channel, but also sort of help support, quality broadcasts in your native tongue. And so I appreciate your hosts very much through what you give up in order to host me, as much as the fact that, you continue to show me some support, even when I can't say what game you were streaming today. Well, now I can because you told me. But it's always appreciated. It is never taken for granted, and I definitely thank you for it. I'm sure they would have until they heard me try to speak French. So here we're just heading back to the Moth to let them know about the delivery. You too, Elkanu, have a wonderful evening. Enjoy your weekend, and I will see you. I really want to see you in your end next time. So I will be sure to deliver an excellent Sacre Bleu on arrival. Isaacson, if you're still around, are you still enjoying your burrito? Or was that thing gone in like 15 seconds? Lemaire, you have done this thing. Is it possible? This world's cruelty, I thought it overwhelming, but Lemaire is such a great compassion that Che's love would know her partner's heart even aeon past. Is it that, Lemaire? Such grief can end? Che can end? Oh, enai, dear love, Che too can end. Achievement unlocked, Solace. I think that's our new mask. Yay! Even more health to be rendered completely useless by flower quests. New masked. I think this is going to tell me that I've got all the masks. View achievements. Let's see. Oh, hey, CPO Williams playing Surviving Mars. Yep, acquire all mask shards. I'm just going to take a quick second here. So, acquire all charms and receive Salubra's blessing. I have no idea where we're going to get those. Acquire all vessel frag. Okay, so we still need to get... we still need to get all of the vessel fragments. We already knew that we needed to get all of the grubs. Finish the game in under 20 hours? Yeah, I'm 3 times over that. Steel Soul, I'm assuming, is like hardcore or Iron Man, Steel Man. Receive the Hunter's Mark, presumably as if I take out all of the bad guys. All right. This is not as productive as I want it to be. So again, I'm still operating on the hypothesis that there's something in this upper right area. I'm really struggling to think where I would find it, though. I also have a very strong belief that there's something waiting either... Oh god, was it the Ancient Basin or was it in the... Deep Nest? Might have been both. Pretty sure it's in this area-ish. Sorry, it's really hard to try and do the Alt-Tab and show you stuff. Okay. I am going to try... I'm going to check out this area here just for precaution. Maybe I should take a quick minute and just tool around Kingdom's Edge. I know I've already spent some time there, but I don't think it would hurt to do just another investigation. I also don't think it would hurt to spend some time in the resting grounds, because there's very clearly a lot of stuff that we missed last time. We are at... Oh! I need to find mask flies and kill them. 98%. We got 1% after today's stream. Good lord. You actually know someone who got full 112%. She didn't play many games at the time, so her playtime on that one save was massive. So what you're saying is all of my plans to do like first-person shooters and like Lost and Unloved indie... Sorry, I shouldn't call Sean's games unloved, but like the chance to do all of these interesting... Oh, come on. Chance to do all these interesting games is pretty much not happening based on the speed at which I'm playing Hollow Knight. All right, I think it's pretty fair to say this is it for the right-hand side of the map over here. I'm pretty sure we're coming on like 70 hours on this. Now, admittedly, at least 5 hours of that has been me ranting about stuff, but... I don't actually need to take these guys out anymore. I just do it for fun. Oops. I guess it doesn't count as killing them if I do it that way. Yeah, if they self-destruct. Now, I'm not 100% sure I remember where the Satellite of Love was, but I have an idea. And as you can see, I'm getting really careless with my health. I remember there was a while when I was first starting the game where I like would do everything I could not to get hit, and now it's just like, bah, I got places to be. Health is regenerable. I don't think regenerable is a word. Regeneratable. It's a renewable resource, like trees. So if you got a pad of paper in front of you, I just want you to take that and I want you to dunk it in water and I want you to throw it in the garbage. Please don't do that. But I am from BC, which has a very active forestry industry, so I am somewhat sympathetic to it. Oh, cool. Fear me buying HP offsets to balance out all the damage you do to others. I listened, so Canadians in the chat, I don't know about you, I did listen to O'Toole's speech at the party convention. I found it very amusing that his statement was like, so I actually thought there was a point, like there was one point in the speech which I agreed with, which was, so for those of you in Canada that don't know, Canada has a party called the Conservative Party. They are conservative. And the new leader's speech at the convention made the very correct point that conservation, environmental issues have historically been conservative issues, and that is true. I believe the Environmental Protection Agency came into existence under Nixon. Margaret Thatcher had a number of provisions for environmental issues. Brian Mulroney, progressive conservative in Canada. This was actually something that conservative parties cared about. But the previous conservative leader, a gentleman by the name of Andrew Scheer, I use the term gentleman very sparingly in his case. Needless to say, I was not the biggest fan of his. Was, in my view, quite legitimately criticized for having his stance was essentially opposition to the current government, the Liberal government. You want to guess where they are on the political spectrum? They're actually kind of the middle party, but with more of a leftish bent than maybe they've historically had. Anyways, his real climate policy was essentially opposition to the current government's climate policy, and was pretty consistently criticized for not having one. Very often promising that the plan would be forthcoming, and then when the plan did eventually show up, I don't know, it just didn't really feel like there was a lot of substance there. I watched Mr. Scheer's replacement, Mr. O'Toole, and again, while I think the points about sort of the historical stance of conservatives on environmental issues, I mean, keeping in mind that we're talking like 30 years ago or longer, there may have been a few things that have changed since then. But the biggest thing is that the ultimate announcement was, we don't have a plan, we'll have one for you later. So I'm like, okay, so it's basically the Scheer plan again. We'll see if they come up with something. Obviously, not every policy needs to be announced. Needs to be announced at the convention. But I think it would be fair to say that at least in Canada, the Conservative Party has something of a credibility issue when it comes to environmental issues. And while, again, it is, I believe, historically accurate to say that, to say what O'Toole did, I think people are going to vote on the basis of what they feel the politician is going to do once they are in office. And I'm not entirely sure the, historical priorities of the, of that party, number one, are entirely relevant to what, their future environmental stances are going to be, and probably not one that they want to campaign on, given that they have lost the last couple of elections. So yeah, I don't know. I sometimes wonder if the electoral strategy is just to say that, the electorate is going to eventually get tired of the incumbent, and so we don't really need to modify the party. Sorry, I am getting really political on this, but I have also worked on election campaigns, so I think there's one of two possibilities that are going on, which is that either the calculus is that, and I mean, the current government is certainly doing a very good job of making people get tired of them. The idea is we don't need to change because eventually people will come to their senses and stop voting for our opponents. Tiny thing, it evolves beyond that worm. Such a union in a single being, a strength before unseen. Would it too challenge nature? It could perhaps defeat it. One prefers its mind not to be pride. It is rather unsettling, rather invasive. The other possibility, and there is actually, I think, a real danger. Well, danger if if the Conservative Party's not in line with your politics. They are actually making an appeal to union voters, and I think there's a very real danger that parties like the NDP, which in the case of Canada is the Socialist Party, they are the left party, did form the official opposition not too long ago, but generally are not kind of considered a contender for government. And I know I say that with great joy because I know it really annoys I know it really annoys people who vote for the NDP to say that. It's true. And I think the current behavior of that party is going to make sure that that is true for the next election. But obviously you can't say that forever, because I'm sure people would have thought that was true under Jack Layton. And clearly they did very well. But in any case, having been a member of a union in basically just about every job that I've had that hasn't been Starbucks, and even then when I was at Starbucks, the union Starbucks was the cool one to work at, I think there's a danger for more progressive political parties to just automatically assume that because they, again, if they're a socialist party, that they automatically get the union vote because they're they're pro-union, they're in favor of unions. And the fact of the matter is, especially in film, like most of the people I worked with, they also did reasonably well. They had sole proprietorships. They were effectively running their own business, partially for tax purposes. They were making some really good money, and they were actually quite socially conservative in their values, which seems weird among creative groups, but was actually a thing. And most of the other union people I know, again, quite socially conservative, are financially reasonably well off and are generally kind of annoyed about the amount of taxes that they need to spend. And so I do think that the current conservative push towards appealing to union members, I have a feeling that there is a real danger that parties that have traditionally relied, and particularly ridings in which the election is going to be decided, I really think that there is a danger that some of those riding associations may kind of sneer a little bit at the strategy, thinking that, union people would never vote conservative. But that was also a belief that people had about the immigrant vote and the conservatives. And Jason Kenney, currently the Premier of Alberta, was the architect of an entire strategy that said, again, look at the demographics of immigrant communities. Generally socially conservative, often religious. Beyond sort of this perception about how the Conservative Party is with immigrant immigration issues, and also this sort of fatalism about the idea. And again, let's face it, this is not exactly the best way of looking at the world. It's sort of this idea that they'll always vote liberals because they give them what they want, which I'm not entirely comfortable with that line of thinking. Basically, there was a very smart bit of conservative strategy that said, this is a vast, untapped group who is very likely quite willing to vote for us if we bother to reach out to them. And, they formed a government on that. They were actually quite successful in mobilizing that group. I say this as somebody who was in a riding that was trying to, get someone elected. Oh God, these are bigger than last time. I'm getting clobbered. In a riding that was affected by that. But But yeah, it's just one of these things. I mean, I feel that basically any group that you want to kind of assume that you own the votes for is going to be a group that your opponents, if they have half a brain, are going to find the common ground on. And I mean, obviously I can only speak from anecdotal experience, but I definitely, my own experience of people who are members of unions, they're not sitting down, like they're not reading Marx, right? They're not, you know, they're not necessarily going to universities and, you know, taking critical theory and reading advanced texts. And I do think that there is the possibility that they've identified a demographic which they are able to sort of take from at the very least the NDP, although I definitely know the Liberals have been able to count on some union vote for a while. On the other hand, it also does seem that they're not really doing all that well in Ontario. So certainly in two-party systems, you'd say opposition morphs in such a way to hoover up the votes from those disenfranchised by the incumbents. Yeah, that can be. You haven't kept up with recent Canadian politics. It sounds like they're attempting a similar move to what the Tories managed in the election last year. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I also feel, again, I'm sort of speaking of your politics, which you're going to know a lot more, but I definitely feel that, like, so this is the thing. Like, this is why it wasn't as surprising to me that, about Biden being, you know, the Democratic choice, because like there is no Twitter primary, and the thing is that middle of the road is actually very often quite a safe choice. It's quite consistent with what the average voter, it's kind of the definition of the average voter, and so being able, I mean, like I kind of feel that the UK Conservative Party, really what they had to do, and I kind of feel like this is the case that they made, was that, you know, we're not gonna completely dismantle the NHS. Now, whether or not they actually do, I don't know, right? But as long as they could convince people that they weren't going to do that, they were able to sort of point to Corbyn and say, but, you know, this guy's got some really crazy ideas, right? Do you want to live back in the 1970s? You know. From Trims, I last week was attending the local game dev meetup. By the way, please feel free to let me know that I'm a complete idiot, Squiffy, if I grossly mischaracterized UK politics, but I kind of got the impression that was the strategy. Yeah, very, very good point. But yeah, I did take a Wednesday off. But otherwise, the Monday and Friday were still intact, and I always take one Wednesday off as a second, usually the third Wednesday. But due to the remote nature of the meetups, it's moved to Tuesday because I feel the Toronto cohort has initiated a hostile takeover of Dirty Rectangles and has forced us out of our comfortable third Wednesday slot. Anyways, I think, yeah, if you stop by on Wednesday expecting me to be there, I try to telegraph as best as I can when I'm not going to be streaming, but I do. You know, if you're not there in the broadcast at the time that I say, it's, you know, people are busy, they have other things to do. So it's hard to communicate that I'm going to be off for a bit. It is also fair to say that I mean, there is a little bit of drift in my hours. I've been streaming, particularly the Brace Yourself games, I've been streaming those later. My start time is usually anywhere between 7 and 8, so having a bit of, like, an hour sort of flexibility for start time. If you're used to seeing me at a certain hour, either when I'm streaming late or when I'm, or you know, if you were watching me at a time when I was starting earlier, that can also kind of lead to the perception that I'm not streaming as much. But there's always the VODs. The VODs are sort of behind the VODs are sort of behind in terms of the timeline, and that's just because I have Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday now have dedicated YouTube uploads, and I try to give them at least a day to sort of let people see them. But if ever there's if ever there's a cast that somebody wanted to see, it'll, with very, very few exceptions, be something that you can see online. I'm glad to have you in, by the way. And Squiffy says Bermuda has her own. Oh, really? So the politics of the UK hardly affect us. But yeah, from what you understand, Tories ran heavily on Brexit while appealing northern moderates as a counter to Corbyn. Yeah, I mean that's a fairly wild thing to see. The northern parts of England going Tory. So you're right. Actually, the president would be even closer for the Canadian. I didn't even really think of it that way. The only thing is I don't think Trudeau. I mean, so first of all, the question about would people vote for Trudeau has been answered twice. So he's definitely less of a boogeyman than I feel like Corbyn would have been. And it's hard. I'm not entirely sure that the Conservatives in Canada can quite make the the country's going to be dragged into this morass case that some other politicians have been able to use in other countries. So I sort of feel like I feel like they need to bring something policy or substance wise. I think that's why they were making the gestures to the environmental issues, and then they completely. I mean, they just fell over themselves by not actually announcing any environmental policy. Because again, I like history as much as the next guy. I probably like it more. But, you're either going to punish the incumbent for not doing what they said, or you're going to vote on the basis of what, of what you think the party's going to do once they're in office. And at the moment, they've ultimately not shown anything different than what they lost the last election on. A locked padded door. Use the love key? Oui. I'm not sure I'm doing myself any favors by smashing these jars, so I'll leave it be for now. The collector. I probably should have, Damn. That was really dumb of me. That was double dumb of me. So I need to remember health is not that important as long as I know how to avoid the attacks. Okay. I'm really not doing myself any favors here. Come on. Oh, that was so dumb. I might lose the plate off of that. Never mind. Oh, you know what? I probably should have... I should have dream nailed. That's probably what that opportunity was for. I'm going to just take a quick second here and see if there's a wiki entry on the collector. Definitely, I know many family members in Canada are quite pleased with Trudeau during the past years, despite his best attempts. Yeah, I mean, this is just it. Like, okay, actually, sorry. You guys can let me know if the politics stuff is getting too grating. I'm actually a little annoyed with until I hear that, though, I'll try and share what I think are cases that are not being made. But before I do that, I want to see if I can find any Dreamnail dialogue. My love, protected at last, a safe space for you, and you, and you. It must be saved. All right. Still no mimics, huh? The collector's map. To view a map of the current area, the locations of imprisoned grubs will be... Oh! Oh ho ho ho! Oh ho ho ho! But yeah, so... I can't remember if I've said this before, but I think sometime... So there are definitely some cases where I feel like the Canadian press is really asleep at the switch. Our Governor General, former Governor General, had a number of instances of workplace abuse. This was revealed, ultimately resulted in her resignation. And it turns out that there had actually been reports of this behavior at one of her former employers. So this was not new information. And it basically seems to be the story, and rightly so, is that this candidate for the office was not vetted properly. And it's fair to say that she didn't exactly inspire in the role either. There were a couple of missteps. Some of which I thought were maybe a little unfair, but it's all kind of academic once we learn that apparently there might have even been like a physical altercation. So like imagine your boss being physically intimidating. Yeah, like at that point, kind of the whole, did they embarrass themselves in this public position, probably is a secondary problem. What does interest me is the fact... Now, this is actually one case where one commentator did actually point it out. But in response to sort of this report about her behavior, she didn't really offer an apology. But she did say, sort of in her, I think it was resignation speech, you know, the recognition of what people had said... And that that basically she understood that people experience things differently. Now, there's a couple things to be said about this. First of all, there's a lot of commentary talking about how the Governor General, Junie Payette, was obviously unsuited for the job. By a lot of people who did not write this at the time she became Governor General. Now, there is something to be said for the fact that the government had more ready access to, to that employment history, or presumably should have, as part of the vetting process. I don't really dispute that. But it is kind of the job of the press to do that kind of digging when it is not necessarily in the government's interest to find that sort of stuff. Like, there's definitely a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking going on regarding Payette's suitability to the role. Because I certainly did not see a lot of commentary about her suitability from the people who were saying that she obviously wasn't qualified for the role from the start. But the other thing that was missed by all but one commentator is the fact that so first of all, Payette is a lot smarter than the people who are talking about how unsuitable she was for the role. That does not mean that she is good for the role. I just think that people are not giving her enough credit for her smarts. She's working in, I believe her academic work was actually in an area of AI that is very relevant to a lot of the stuff that we're considering like impressive developments in AI today. But I think the reason that I believe she was very careful in terms of the words that she was choosing in terms of people remember things differently. Because you may recall that for Justin Trudeau, again, among the Canadians, you may recall that there was a scandal with Justin Trudeau regarding him getting a bit handsy with a reporter before he was a candidate for Prime Minister. And the explanation he offered at the time was, I don't recall behaving that way, but people recall things differently. I remember, I forget the exact quote, but I do remember looking into it. Payette quoted Trudeau word for word, and I do not think that is a mistake that she did that. Again, partly because I somewhat believe the report about her, and I think she's probably a bit of a jerk, and I think she's really mad that she didn't get the support from the Prime Minister. I also think it would have been wrong for the Prime Minister to support her. I think that, based on what was in that report, I don't think it was tenable to keep her as Governor General. But again, it would be sort of nice if the press, because the public is probably not going to remember the context in which that comment is made, it would have been nice to have somebody highlight that that's probably not just a rhetorical flourish. I think she's saying something by using those particular words. Another example of this would actually be when Trudeau first came into. Part of this is I've been ragging on the Conservatives for a bit, so I want to just be clear that I'm a bipartisan jerk. Many will remember the notorious "because it's 2015" statement when Trudeau unveiled the gender balanced cabinet. I have to feel that probably there was a sympathetic reporter that was planted for that, because basically the design for that moment was, Prime Minister Trudeau, what you campaigned on this very good thing that you've done. Why did you feel it was important to do this very good thing? To which, you have the Kodak moment because it's 2015. And then groups that were maybe less sympathetic to the Liberals, the governing party, pointed out that a very large number of the roles in this new gender balanced cabinet were women were disproportionately represented in Minister of State roles, which are kind of considered to be junior positions and are paid less. So it might have been a gender balanced cabinet, but there was a pay disparity between the male and female ministers. And the Liberal government, again, to its credit, responded, and what they did was they changed the distinction. Essentially, the pay would be equal, and it would be retroactive, and so it was no longer a pay disparity. Now, I'll admit, I'm not 100% sure about that solution, just simply because, if you have a Minister of Defense, I think I went too far. I think I actually want to go back to the Palace ground. You know what? Let's check out what's on the right-hand side. It's been a while since I've been here. If the Minister of Defense might get a call at like 4:30 in the morning saying, the Americans have started bombing Iraq. What are you going to do about it? Whereas Minister for Sport is not going to get that call. They might have to be up early in the morning because of where the Olympics are held, but like that is a very different kind of call and a very different kind of pressure. Industry, which is now called ISED. Again, something of a different prospect. And so, I believe that pay disparity exists for a reason. Whether it's a good reason, I do think it is a reflection of a very different set of expectations and a very different set of skills that are being brought to the jobs. However, I do think it's good that that they made an effort to address the pay imbalance. However, I think what would have been nice to hear at least one reporter ask is to say, Prime Minister Trudeau, why did you not feel that the women in your cabinet were suitable for senior roles? Even the Conservative government. In fact, I did the numbers on this, and as a proportion of senior roles, Stephen Harper, the previous Conservative Prime Minister, actually had a slightly better track record in terms of putting women in senior roles. And I used a couple of different definitions for what a senior role would be for that, and it was a fairly robust result. Now, I'm not going to argue for the feminist credentials of the Harper Conservatives. I actually think that they generally didn't do a very good job on that front. But I do also think that perhaps our media was a little bit too willing to buy a particular narrative of the governing party. And I think this is a long-standing tradition because the media was under no obligation to engage in the rebranding of the Canadian government to the Harper government. And yet they very dutifully reported Government of Canada actions as Harper government actions when there was a very legitimate concern that was in fact using government resources for partisan purposes. So the bias is maybe less liberal or conservative and maybe a little bit more incumbent. And I think a gender balanced cabinet is actually a good idea. I think that's a good thing for Canada to have. But I do think that if we're going to treat these things as more than just kind of talking points or like ticks on a checklist, if we actually want to see change coming as a result of these things, it shouldn't just be we achieve gender parity by creating a bunch of junior minister roles who, when it comes time to, have discussions around the cabinet table, we're not necessarily going to believe that these voices are all have equal weight. It would be nice to see gestures in terms of things like, senior roles, ones that have, some teeth to them going in there. And we've seen, later on, again, to the Trudeau government's credit, or the Liberal government's credit, there have been a couple of stars that have come out, like Chrystia Freeland, formerly our Foreign Affairs Minister, now our Minister of Finance and Deputy Prime Minister. I think has done an excellent job in her role and has continued to kind of go from strength to strength. I actually kind of would prefer to see her as Prime Minister than Trudeau. But again, like it's one of these cases that there was very clearly this very talented bench that the government could draw from, and it ultimately decided not to at the time that it was kind of taking credit for. It was kind of burnishing its feminist credentials. So, and my gripe here is not actually so much with the politicians, because politics is gonna politics, right? I just really think that it would be nice if the media stopped being stenographers for politicians, that they would exercise some critical thinking and maybe just act like they had a memory of more than like last week. Because it's not like all the stuff that I've talked about here is like, it's not like I had private access to that information. It just came as a result of reading headlines and, trying to remember, just kind of coming up with relevant measures or countermeasures, right? So if we're going to talk about women in senior roles, I'd kind of like to see how the predecessor did. Anyways, there's the politics for the day. If you guys want to keep hearing about Canadian politics, please opt in. But I think I got a lot off my chest, and I feel really good for it. I've also clearly not gone through this area very carefully, because I think I'm getting a bunch of... I remember this bit. I would like to subscribe to this newsletter, yes. And I will say one thing. I actually have probably pretty strong, I don't know if I want to say strong partisan leanings. If you haven't noticed, I do have strong political opinions. I don't really think, I don't think it's necessarily bad to say, I like this party and I'm voting for this party, and I'm not feeling embarrassed about it. You can also keep that opinion to yourself. In fact, it'd probably be better if I just kept that opinion to myself. I think it's perfectly fine to talk about this stuff. I think it's perfectly fine to have friends that are on different sides. The one time I've gotten mad with someone about the politics stuff was someone who worked as a senator's assistant, and they tried to pull the whole, if only you knew what it was really like, you'd vote like me thing. And I'm like, no, that is not, everybody gets a vote. The vote doesn't go to the smartest. The vote doesn't go to the best educated. There is a distinction between smartest and best educated. Doesn't go to the person who's kept on top of politics. Doesn't go to the person who did a major in poli-sci. Doesn't go to the person who pays the most taxes. It's a vote, and you can do whatever you want. You can write in Putin on the vote if you really want. It's that is the system that we have chosen for all of its all of its merits and all of its flaws. And as far as I'm concerned, if there's a simple key. Man, I really was asleep at the switch on this part of the map. If it seems to me that if this person had, this deep secret private knowledge that comes from working as a senator's assistant, presumably that deep secret knowledge will allow them to make a convincing argument for why their party is the one that's most effective in government, or at the very least why their candidate in my riding is most suitable. I'm on the fence about voting for the party or voting for the candidate. It usually depends on how inspiring the candidate is. If it seems like they're just going to be sort of a backbencher that always votes in line with the government, yeah, I'm going to vote based on the party. If they seem like they are, if it seems like they are a person of character. I mean, in the end, I'm kind of hiring them to represent me, right? And it means that I need to have some idea of how they are going to behave when there is a hard decision. A hard decision where there isn't necessarily an obvious right answer. In fact, it's probably going to be one where people will get really mad on both sides, depending on how they pick. And I would care that they are invested in making sure that all sides are heard and that they make a decision sort of in the community's best interests. Those would be the characteristics I would like to vote for someone based on. I may not have that option available to me, at which point I default to the party, but it doesn't take a lot of history to see that the individual that is in the position kind of matters for in critical moments. Also have a very depressive view of, so apparently I didn't get it all off my chest. My depressing view of politics is enough to say that the best politicians are disappointing, and it is because I have my very strongly partisan views, and I'm sure you have your strongly partisan views, and we probably disagree on a whole lot of things. And if I was in charge, I would do everything that I would want, and I would do everything I can to screw you as much as possible. And essentially, if I get what I want, that probably means you're not. The best politicians are the ones that are able to navigate those differences, but that does tend to mean compromise. And compromise means people get mad at them for, I know that's where I want to be, but I also want to sit on the bench before I go in. You know, it means that people get mad because they didn't get what they wanted. And so I think kind of the definition of a good politician is somebody who actually really disappoints a lot of people, because in the end they're making a choice that's sort of the best, either long run or the most I don't know, equal choice. Oh wow, so there's at least one okay, so our prediction about a spot here was correct. I didn't even think to check over here. This blows my mind. So apparently I've been in this area and I haven't found the... Good lord. Yeah, so lots of secrets. However, if we're going by grubs, none here. Okay, unless it comes up in chat again, I think I got the politics out of me. The only other thing I'll say is my credentials are I've worked on federal and municipal campaigns for money. And for different parties. I was hoping different parties in the same election, but I couldn't swing that. They wouldn't hire me. Okay, I wanted to get to the throne room. I'm also trying to remember if... That's right, these guys give me soul. Okay, that's closed off. A lot of closed off areas. Oh Jesus, I'm so sorry. This dash ability is a liability now. I kind of just want to whack all the walls in case there's secret passages, but I know that's not really the most effective way. The most effective way is to just read the prompts that the game gives you. It's things like waterfalls or like audio cues. Oh yes, this fun area. I forgot. Good lord. Okay. Ah! I was heading down to the bench just so that I could recover my health. Nuts. That seemed to work for me last time. I'm not sure if it will work for me in future, Hey, good start. Well, not really. I took a bunch of damage, but I made it. That's what matters. Probably should have had a better plan before I tried to do that. Oh, what did you think of it, Squiffy? You were allowed to say it wasn't your cup of tea. I've gotten some pretty fun feedback in turn. I've actually got economists who played that game and like, I have no idea what the hell this is supposed to be about. But I'd love to know what you thought of it. Ugh. Finally got around to it. I promised to play it the weekend you met Cheese, but didn't get around to it until now. I mean, if you haven't checked out Sean's page, that is stuff that is worth playing, like, reasonably soon, because it's very enjoyable. With all respect to Cheese, like, Cheese was definitely sort of the main driver behind that one, so I don't want to disrespect what he's done, but, like, Hive Time's a really good game. You know, Sean's stuff is really good. Supply Chain is, I think, diverting. I think it does what it sets out to do. But, like, out of the stuff that you could play on itch, or the stuff that you could play by Valiant Cheese, like, there's definitely things that I would kind of qualify as, like, these are definitely Cheese's greatest hits, and you should try it out. Cheese, by the way, if you haven't noticed, has got a new prototype out, Bone Sweeper. Hopped into a stream where they were present. You were so embarrassed that you hadn't played it yet that you left. I do not think he would. I mean, I don't mean to speak for him. You know, I do not think he would take it personally. And again, I do get a little self-conscious about the fact that I sometimes run down Supply Chain more than I think I should. It's more, it's important for me at least to remember that I'm speaking very much in relative terms when I say that sort of stuff. It's more the idea of, you know, again, if you can play Hive Time and you haven't played Hive Time already, that would be my first recommendation out of stuff that Cheese has worked on. It doesn't mean that Supply Chain isn't worthwhile. It just means that I think when you are, like, if you feel a need to apologize for not playing something, you know, I don't think Supply Chain is the candidate. If that makes sense and isn't too disrespectful to the work that went into it. I do think it's worthwhile, by the way. Like,
yeah. Oh.
So I also need to remember that I'm trying to remember where I got the impression that there might be a secret. Was that one of those things that people told me about? Either way, this strikes me as a really good place to hide a secret because you're spending so much time. Oh boy. Okay, that won't do. Okay, so yeah, the question is, do I want to go up or do I want to go to the right? It's pretty neato. It was enjoyable to try and streamline the toilet paper chain, though you'll admit it wasn't very long until you got bored. That being said, soundtrack's absolutely bad. Yeah, the soundtrack is great. And yeah, this was the big thing, is that I was curious, so I didn't want to lead the witness. There are some specific things about how that game was balanced that I'm a little curious about. Like some things that some touches that I sort of feel responsible for putting in that I've occasionally gotten some feedback on that I'm reasonably happy that it seems to have sort of worked as intended. This is absolutely not where I want to be. The other thing is that it is a short game. I'm a little curious in terms of how many rounds people play of it. But like, it's definitely not a game for the long run. Like, it sort of, it gives you, it does what it sets out to do reasonably quickly, and once you've done your optimization, there isn't necessarily a lot extra that you're going to get. Like, the interruptions to the supply chain are real. There are things that, what the hell was I thinking there? They're real and you need to deal with them, but they're not gonna, like, there's no new game plus. I will let you know, at least in my playthroughs, I have an optimal level. I am, of course, not going to say what it is, but as far as I'm concerned, it exists. And if you're a mathematician, you care about existence and uniqueness. Anyways, definitely, if you run into Valiant Cheese, let him know you seem to enjoy Supply Chain, and in particular, let him know about the music. The composer was paid for their efforts, so he can be sure to pass along the thoughts. For me too, I think if the game didn't have a soundtrack that's as catchy as it is, okay, I'm an idiot. Wait a minute. This is where I would put a secret if I could. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. But yeah, I feel like the game would be very stale if like, could you imagine what that game would be like if it was silent? What? Ah, God. I had the pattern down, and then now I'm just screwing it up. No, I pretty much have it. It's just, I don't know. I made a questionable choice. Hang on. Is there really nothing here? Yeah, so the secret for that one for me is just I need to do my dash when the spikes are out. And I'm always set into the mind of I don't want to hit the spikes, therefore I'm not going to approach them. So it is probably possible that you can bounce off of them, but I remember when I first did this, I wound up losing a lot of health to it. So the thing I'm trying to figure out for myself is, do I want to go up or do I want to go to the right? And the problem is that I don't actually have a really good idea of where I'm going in here, so. I think that might still be off, but I'm gonna, yeah. They give me a guide, but if I don't push the button at the right time, it's not so good. Oh, Jesus. Alright, they have a little bit of mercy. Oh, this nonsense. I forgot. Damn. Oh, I think I'm just gonna go to the bench on that one. That's right, I can't shadow through obstacles. I guess it would make the obstacles trivial if I could shadow through them, so. I'm also an hour over, but El Canoe was kind enough to give me some viewers, so for those of you that like Hollow Knight, I want to do my best to put as much of a show on as I can. What was I thinking? Oh no! That was a screw up. Okay, that was me just getting cocky and getting punched for it. Notice it didn't stop me from trying to do the same mistake the second time. So much wasted health. What was I thinking? Okay, that was foolishness. It's already past 1. Yeah, it's just after midnight over here. I'll try and go a little long. I mean, if I can make a little progress here, what was I thinking? You know, so much the better. But I did manage to deliver the flower, which I wasn't 100% sure I'd be able to do. So I'm already feeling like I've done some good in the game. Nuts. And thank you very much for checking out Supply Chain. Have a wonderful evening yourself. Best of, not best of luck, but good sleep to you. And Talwyn Mossthorn, are you just coming in now? That gives me a reason to keep going longer. How you doing tonight? Oh, did you have any progress on the naming? I know there was a little bit of a report last time you were in, but I'm now like very invested in the outcome of this. Ah! At this point, you're just waiting until you have your job sorted out anymore. Oh, cool. When you say sort of, like, are you sort of hired and waiting for it to come through, or are you currently looking? If you don't mind me asking, I mean, that might be something you don't want to talk about, but assuming you are. Okay, that was silly of me to even try. Ah, well, best of luck on that. I know if I used to have to drive when I was in film. I'm kind of glad that I don't need to do that now. I don't mind driving, but I don't particularly love it, which I realize is heresy in certain parts of the world. But as a whole, I am somewhat glad that is not a requirement for my employment. I got way too greedy there. I deserve that. Ah! I will admit that dash was a little bit closer to the spikes than I was expecting, but I'm glad it happened without, or I'm glad there weren't consequences. No, no, no. You know, I bet if I had let myself get hit, I would have wound up back up here. Then again, I would have been down the health, and I'm not down the health here, so. Oh, no. Yes, well, I think you were here the last time I was in this section, but there's two things I want to do. One, I want to dream nail the throne to see if I can get any delicious lore. And then I think it was accidentally revealed that there is a secret area in here, so I'm sort of on the lookout for that, but perhaps not so very strongly. Oh, I think I remember. So the only reason I would actually want to go through this area is if I think there's a secret area in here. I think the whole idea is that I can skip that whole other area. And this brings me closer to the throne. So I want to get to the throne for sure. So I'm gonna try here first. No. Okay, that's silly. I think I tried that last time I was there too. There's one part somewhere where you can painstakingly pogo your way up something for 20 odd minutes to skip a section of more complex jumping. And one of the devs was watching someone do that at the time and just mentioned in chat, oh, you shouldn't be able to do that. How the hell? To which I would point out, what does it say about you if you have designed a section in which it is preferable to spend 20 minutes pogo jumping to avoid? Okay, so it is really just a precision section. Okay. Ah, I get it. I don't got it. No! I'm pretty sure I have to shoot myself out. Magical play. Thing is, I don't think the streamer even got to the part he avoided. He just started the wild pogo first time and kept that. That's brilliant. I do like stories like that. One of my favorites actually was, there was somebody doing, I think it was a Doom Eternal speedrun. I don't 100% remember which Doom it was, but they were looking at the exploits, and one of the developers said, like, what if we put like a 20-minute unskippable cutscene in the sky? I would genuinely love to see a developer troll speedrunners that way. In a sense, I really like that developers support speedrunners and encourage it in many cases. But I do sort of think it would be sort of funny to see them acknowledge the phenomena and have a little fun with them. So like have a section that seems like it's good for speedrunning, and then, you know, that's when the 20-minute unskippable cutscene comes in. Suspicious area. There's also that wild Fallout 4 speedrunning thing where someone doing it in the games done quick brought a prop to explain how it... What? I don't know. I've not heard this. The funny thing is, it seems like a lot of people... it's either a lot of people full stop, or at least a lot of people who stop by chat. I noticed there's a very high incidence of sort of references to games done quick. And... speedrunning in general. I'll check it out if people let me know, but speedrunning's never quite been my thing. Are you kidding me? There was never a... Oh, man. No blazing kin, only one light shall shine against the dark. The worm becomes beacon, minds expanded to yield, to devote, eternity in promise, and charge and progeny cursed. I'm pretty sure that's not the secret that I was looking for. I mean, it's nice that I found it and all, but... But yeah, it's actually, I find that really interesting. Like, it's just one of these things it's not like I do any, like, heavy analytics in terms of my audience. I think I probably could stand to do sort of a self-examination in terms of, you know, what I find interesting in streaming and, you know, what I think my advantages are. I've been really reluctant to... Oh, man. Feels like I don't have any way out of here if I can't go back down that elevator. Yeah, I feel like I could do a better job of articulating to myself sort of what my sort of unique sort of selling point as a streamer is, for lack of a better term. You know, why do I stream? Why am I worth watching as a broadcaster? Because, you know, again, it's not like... it's not like streaming is a rare occurrence. There's any number of people streaming Hollow Knight on its own, let alone anything else. And if the only real appeal I have is that I'm the best available, then that probably means that if I'm not finding fulfillment in streaming, which, you know, again, this isn't me subtly saying, you know, I'm thinking of hanging up my spurs. Like, I will communicate that well in advance if I think I'm getting to that point. Not least of which because I'd kind of like to let the subs, like, know that. So sorry, trying to get a read on where the possible candidates for a secret room might be. Yeah, I tried. But yeah, anyways, it's just one of these things where, like, obviously before I start doing, let's say, market research, you know, being able to say, you know, the system chalk stream means X, is probably a little bit more valuable than, I see. Okay, I'm still gonna try it for this area. I just need to be a little more careful with how I handle it. Ideally, I can do this without having to respawn, because I'm not quite sure where the next, Oh, damn, that would have been it. I think the reason that GDQ blew up so big makes it more approachable than speedrunning in general. Definitely so. I mean, the fact is, a charity event's kind of nice. I'm pretty sure it's a charity event. They dedicate a lot of it to performance and explanation versus standard speedrunning streams being more repetitive. Yeah, I mean, so I definitely see some value. Like, it's like anything. Like, when I was into Dota, I would watch professional players like practice or stream. And I was not watching them for their personality. In fact, there were a number that I specifically did not watch because of their personalities. But there, it's sort of the appeal of seeing, you know, your favorite sports team practice, right? You know, there's people who I'm sure would pay to see, maybe not the Senators, but, I don't know, the Canadiens, or the Canucks. I mean, the Canucks have an incredibly loyal fan base. You know, practice. But, you know, that's appealing to me because I'm in the know. Somebody who did not know what Dota was would find that an incredible waste of time, I think. I try to think if there's... No, yeah, I want to move this way. So to a certain extent, like, if you do speedrunning or if you like speedrunning, I can definitely see the appeal of seeing someone with a particular talent for it. I'm going to try something unconventional here. Okay, so I know that's Doom. That's also Doom. But yeah, like if you're in the know, if you're the one of the initiated, I can definitely see like watching the magic of something happen, potentially like seeing a world record live, can be something that is appealing. And then also I just think seeing somebody figure stuff out in the course of a speedrun can probably be really interesting too. On the explanation, you just love how this guy brought a prop like one you'd use to explain wormholes in a badly researched sci-fi, because that was effectively the nature of the glitch you used. That's really cool. I mean, I kind of liken... This may not be the best way of explaining speedrunning, but I've always sort of imagined some of the appeal of like being a speedrunner is just an even deeper connection with, with a game that you really love. I definitely feel like there is something about being able to, sort of see every last little detail, being able to sort of say that you've perfected it, or you've been able to, you've been able to gain that sort of, seeing into the Matrix level. Oh man, I screwed myself. Okay. Level knowledge or expertise that I have to imagine at least part of that is going on in terms of why people speedrun. The problem is that while there's a lot of games that I really enjoy, I'm not entirely sure I've encountered one where I could sort of try to go for any kind of world record, or just generally, want to try and do speedrun. But I mean, for the same reason that, there's a lot of things, I don't really understand cricket. I don't know that much about cricket. I'm not entirely sure, the world is missing me as a cricket player. I think I'll probably be able to get over that. So. Excuse me. So it occurred to me, this isn't where I was last time. I get it better at remembering what the pattern is. Oh, you know what game I'm good at speedrunning at? Apex Legends. I can be done around in that in like 10 seconds flat. Oh, this is the one I wanted it. What? So I think it's the third one that I need to... Ah! Why did I do that? You can get shorter stuff where the restart is the point, like Binding of Isaac or you really don't understand immediately restarting a game you just finished a 20+ hour playthrough of. God, I'm trying to think if there's been a game like that for me. There have definitely been ones where I've put a lot of time into... Well, no, actually, you know what? That's a lie. I'm a huge Civilization fan. Going through a game of Civilization is not exactly a small undertaking. Oh, I think I can make it so. A game of Civilization is not exactly a small undertaking. Oh, hello. No way. Oh, no. Yes! Please tell me there's a bench nearby. There isn't. Oh, man. Void, yours is the power opposed, but yours is potential, eternity potential, force that could deny time. Void, harness shall be placed upon you. This looks like the collector. Serve. Starbright Night? I didn't know you were streaming. Man, Elcanoe, Starbright Night, I missed everybody tonight. How are you doing? Yeah, Stellaris would be another example too. I am going to put in my name for the next DLC, but I have a feeling that the answer is going to be the same as all the other Paradox stuff. Paper Dupla says, that was you as Sekiro. You did kind of a bumbling exploring playthrough without really understanding the mechanics, and upon clearing it, your immediate reaction was, sweet, now I understand the mechanics, I can play this. I have now finished the tutorial, the final boss, and I am ready to play the game for real now. Straw Bright Knight, I am so sorry. This is the person you should be following. So Starbright Knight is an incredibly friendly streamer. Another, alongside Olaf, another... is it possible to be an alumnus from Miss Ariela's channel? I'll say it. Somebody who said some very kind things about the System 1 HMM emote. And as you know, the way to my heart is through my emotes. But well, it's because I think there's somebody. In chat. I won't say the name, but I believe there is a similar start to their name. And I tried to use tab, and then I deleted part of it, but not the whole thing apparently. So that was my bad. My apologies. But anyways, Starbright Knight, very friendly streamer. Definitely somebody who I feel like could use more people active inside their chat. He's quite capable of carrying a chat on his own. But, oh, did I just get dumped into the... Pretty sure I know what part this is. Can I confess I'm a little disappointed? All right. It's pretty much asking for that one. Anyways, definitely if you enjoy chats for the, or if you enjoy streams for the chat interaction, I can say Starbright Knight is an incredibly friendly and welcoming streamer. Also does a very good job of sort of getting people into marbles on stream. So I will admit those kinds of games never quite registered for me. I was actually going to wrap up at that point, Starbright Knight, but I will leave your good people with some more video games. I think I'm going to make a run on the hard part that I was avoiding earlier. Just to eliminate that as a possibility. I am an idiot. But yeah, I do know some of you really like channels with chat interaction. In fact, I know some of you specifically prefer smaller channels because of the personal touch. And I really do feel like Starbright Knight not only communicates, communicates the game that they're playing well, but does a really good job of sort of bringing chat in. Like I was definitely really tempted to like drop what I was doing that evening to join the Marble Madness. But if I did that, then I would be behind on a really cool project that I'm doing for someone else, and so I resisted the siren's call. But definitely because I know that's something that a number of you are interested in. That's a pretty strong recommendation for why you should be checking out Starbright Knight stuff. Because I do know that the appeal of some smaller broadcasts is the personal touch, which I think Starbright does particularly well. Not to be outdone, of course, we've got Olaf, who is one of my most dedicated lurkers. I shouldn't mention him because calling out lurkers is like the ultimate sin on Twitch. Ah! Oh, that's shameful. Tempted to enter chats by saying hi Olaf with how many channels Olaf is and that you enter. I only see him in mine and Ariella's. I don't think our paths have crossed in your place yet. Mind you, I'm often in Olaf mode when I'm on your side. The drawback I have is if I'm doing work stuff, I'm not a very good chat participant, and it makes me feel kind of crummy because I know I benefit from when there's an active chat, and I kind of feel like I don't know, I'm freeloading. I don't feel that way about lurkers on my channel, by the way, but like for me, especially just because I generally like a lot of the people that I'm watching, I sometimes feel a little self-conscious of the fact that I'm not adding to the atmosphere. Then again, Olaf knows what I'm like inside of Ariella's channel, so perhaps me not talking is a bit of a blessing for some channels. Oh, what was I thinking? Yep, that got me nothing. Unless again, there is always the danger that I'm just not paying attention to these sections and I'm missing out on. That was worth a try. That's the problem with the double jump, is I only get one of them. I'm gonna hit that. Bob's your uncle. Alright. Oops. Sorry. Keep forgetting I can do that. Okay, well I know I can get back here if I have to. Oops. I'm gonna go back to the bench I don't want to be at. Anyways, I'm gonna head back down and see if I can maybe I'm never gonna be able to get back home. Oh man, that's such a brutal one to... Ah. Maybe I should just try and slide on the wall. Gonna head out to see if Sandman can give you a ticket to Dreamland. I hope you have a great sleep. Thank you so much for stopping by with your viewers. And I really hope I get a chance either here, your place, Miss Ariella's. Definitely looking forward to seeing you again. My leg's starting to feel a little sore, actually. I think I've been sitting too much on this stream, even with the 1 minute. The 1 minute. Oh, no! I should probably sit on that bench in the middle before I go too stupid on my moves. So I suppose if there's a secret area and if there's a secret area and it was behind one of those doors, I'm sort of screwed for that. I'm not ready to exit. Now it seems to be that so far the game has not given me something that I can't... Like, I don't think it locks you out forever for things that will give you completion. Oh boy. Alright. I mean, this is mildly intriguing about how shadowy everything gets in the corner, but at this point I'm kind of... Again, I'm sort of seeing phantoms. Oh, excuse me. So unless I'm missing something, I think it's fair to say that if there is another secret passage, it's going to be in that it's going to be in that sort of fun house that we were just in, which sort of sucks for me because I'm really bad at paying attention. I mean, it would be the most logical place to put a secret because it's something where you've got so much of your attention, you know, taken up with other matters. But it doesn't mean I have to like it. Sometimes the White King just doesn't have anything to live for. Do I really want to try this madness? This is what desperation looks like, by the way. That was silly. Okay, nothing to indicate that it would be on the right-hand side. We'll hit the left just in case. Nope. What the hell? Oh, hello. Man. That's a deep secret. There's like no visual cue. There's no... I have no idea how you're supposed to know. Well, I mean, we got to it, so... oh, Jesus. All right, I was getting ready to wrap up, but the title says it all. To witness secrets sealed, one must endure the harshest punishment. Right. All the souls, 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 all the souls. I'm assuming somebody's going to remix this and put it on YouTube at some point. I am an idiot. Oh, man. Okay. Game, why are you like this? Oh, Jesus. They make you commit. Oh, God. Ah. I was trying to prep for that, too. No. No. So yeah, the tricky one is that you work so hard to find out what the next batch is, and if you don't have the perfect solution on looking at it, you are in for a very rough time. I mean, this is well done, but good lord, they knew what they were doing. It is not at all obvious to me what I do in this next bit, so maybe that's one for the Superman. Oh, this was foolish. I used to be able to do that. It is kind of neat, like once I know what challenges are coming up, it's kind of neat to see how they train you for the harder parts through the way this is set up, but I really don't know if I have this in me tonight. This is going to be a bear to deal with at the start of next stream, but I am going to see this thing through to the end. Just maybe not tonight, but we are definitely going to conquer the path of pain at some point on stream. I did not mean to double jump there, and it hurt me. No, you know what? I'm not going to give up on... I'll use all my health. I'll try and get as much information as I can. Oops. I was so happy I finally did it without doing the accidental double jump that I forgot there was a buzzsaw on its way to get me. No! Alright, well, that's a bit of an awkward way to go, but... Now, there's a side of me that wonders whether or not it makes a lot of sense to have these blue hearts anymore, because clearly it gives me a lot of soul to do stuff with. Good news is I don't need to give up any health to be able to get to the path of pain. It's just the path of pain that's going to require substantial endurance. Oh no. Almost. Okay, so I'm going to try the Superman dash here. Oh man, that was close. The ones where I almost get it on the first try are the most frustrating, because there's usually just that mental image of how it was supposed to go, and the knowledge that I just couldn't quite make it. No! Good lord, that's tight. That's a little arrogant of me. You know, I admonish myself for arrogance, but I still did the same damn thing. Alright. No, no! I wonder if there's a way I can delay my time in the air to get a recovery on one of those, or if it's like one hit and I gotta make it count. Hopefully I won't find out, because I'll do it perfectly each time, but that would be helpful information. That was a mistake. Alright, that was... Ah, that's frustrating. The one nice thing is that when I just sort of accept that I'm gonna lose, I do get to try and do stuff that, well, kind of like that, where it's like, hey, this might be quick. And I look a lot more pro than I really am if I pull it off. I think so, anyway. Maybe I'm overestimating. Okay, I think I'm still gonna stick with the blue, but I think there is... I am very good at Hollow Knight. No, I think I'm gonna stick with the... I'll stick with the blue, but I think there is something of an argument for me switching that out at some point and trying with other abilities. It would be nice if by the end of the night I could at least get past that one spot that's giving me trouble now. Oh, that was a mistake. I wanted to look stylish. No! Oh! I had a recovery and then I blew it. Whoa! Okay, I can still save it. Yes! No! Alright. God help me, I think I might actually be coming into a fan of these, like, insane platformer stuff. I might actually try downloading Super Meat Boy and see if I like it more after playing this game. I think it's because of the distinct... Okay, this is definitely designed to give me a moment's rest. And then they take it away with a buzzsaw. Oh, man. What? That's bananas. How are you even supposed to know what to do there? No. Yes. All right. I gotta dash, otherwise it's lost cause down there. I could also stand not to do the double jump for the precision, but I don't think I quite have that in me. I'm gonna need a few more visits down there before I'll have the jump down. Oh, that's upsetting. I don't know if this will be the last batch of hearts, or if I've got one more, or masks, or if I got one more in me, but... The thing is that there's definitely a couple of bits where I hit flow, so those are nice, and they kind of make me want to keep going, because I know I'm not going to have that for the next stream. But I also know it's a little bit of an illusion that I know I really messed that up. I was like one step ahead on everything that I needed to do there, unfortunately. So that would have been, if I just like... If I could have been one section down, that might have gotten me further. Alright, I'll give this one more shot. What time is it? 1 o'clock, and we're almost at 5 hours. Okay, please keep me to saying this is the last batch, unless you really want to see me struggle with this, but I have a feeling that I'm going to hit the point of diminishing returns, even on this batch of masks. But, it's worth a try. No. Like I said, of course, the thing is that if I'm playing this next Friday, which is most likely, I'm going to be making mistakes like this all throughout like the first hour. So I better get used to it. What was I thinking? I swear I'm not trying to get my masks done so I can go to bed. Alright. That was terrible. Thing is, I really beat myself up quite a bit for the imprecision on these little starting bits, because I know that carelessness here is just foreshadowing carelessness at a point where I can't afford it anymore. And that's gonna be at a part where I'm like seeing something new, and I don't know. I could stand to be a little nicer to myself in this game, but. Then again, I'm also... I think the thing is, it's easy to watch a stream and sort of see something working or see something not working. but it's only when you're playing that you're gonna know whether or not that was, you know, intentionally awesome or just a complete fluke. And then likewise, you know, you'll have, I think we've all had those moments where like you push a button. I've had this happen a lot in the game where I want to like throw soul something, the Hadouken. I've definitely had a few points where I think that I'm hitting the turn button with enough notice to get that attack to go where it needs to. Oh, I was so close to doing that without taking damage too. But yeah, anyways, you get to know those times where it's like, okay, I knew I was on the path to doing what I had to. That's crazy that your speed is the same as the blade. They're really merciless in that bit. But again, like, you know, it may all look the same in you know, when you're watching someone playing it, but in your head you know exactly where you know, where you did well, and those ones where you had it and you just blew it. If I could get some selective amnesia while playing games, that would probably be much better for my emotional state. Alright. No. Okay. Decent enough recovery. Okay. I was so close to doing what I needed to there. I was just too slow on the dash, and then got it. Nuts. All right, I think I'll call it there. So yeah, if I could somehow make it so I don't need that dash to correct through the narrow path. I also don't think that is... I don't think using that double jump... Sorry, keep saying dash, I mean double jump. I think that it is forgiving for that precision so long as you do the dash immediately following. That just feels like too narrow of a path to expect someone not being able to see it on the other side of the screen to be able to do the jump perfectly. But I have no idea, right? I also have no idea how long that particular section is, but we will conquer it. I'm just not 100% sure where. But I will say, so I should take a quick look. 99%, so 13% away from completion. We got a few new achievements. So protected, acquire 4 mask shards, and sorry, we've already got protected, but we did get masked. We will World Soul, I suspect, is probably going to take me a bit. Blessed will probably be one of the last ones that I get. Hidden achievements. I can't get Neglect. We've already saved him. Now I feel like we're a lot closer to Metamorphosis now that we've got the collector's map. I'm assuming one of these secrets is related to the I'm assuming one of those secrets is related to the Grimm's Troop. Definitely not getting the speed runs. I feel like completion is on my way, but we're of course going for the 112. Yeah, so I do want to try pure completion. But like I suspect Blessed will probably be the like whatever like max value minus whatever the final battle is. And I suspect it's going to take me quite a bit to get through. But it's a very enjoyable game. Again, I owe the Eyes of Sin a very big thank you for recommending this game to me, and more importantly, just being so gentle in terms of her recommendations. I know there's a lot of games that are like fun and people feel very strongly about, people want to share, and it's hard, right? Because you can't appeal to everyone. But I really feel that Eyes of Sin Gave just the right kind of prodding to make it, something I really wanted to do. And I really feel like she did such a good job of kind of easing me in a way that made sure that I was clear on what she wanted. I'm just going to take a quick second to see who's online. I think probably my best bet is Knight Valian, who is currently doing Shovel Knight. So I realize it's not Hollow Knight, but I do see there's a number of you here, and I think he is a really good choice, both for somebody who's a little bit relaxing to watch, but I also think the game is probably close enough to what we were playing tonight to be worth watching for all of you. So I will thank you all for watching. There's actually quite a few more here than I was expecting, so I do thank you for that. It's been a while since I've seen this many people in for a Hollow Knight stream, so I appreciate that. Sean, thank you for hanging out so long, and I'm glad that you got to hear my origin story. I wasn't really sure the right context in which to share that story of the first person I saw at Dirty Rectangles, because I've never seen them again, and it does kind of border on the line of gossip, but I don't know. I always thought it was kind of funny because it's a nice foil to what a gentleman you turned out to be, and Eric and Derek and all the Kezia obviously has moved to Toronto, but certainly there was you all are very good to hang out with, not by comparison but by your inherent merits. But it was also a very funny introduction. Rest of you, I'm going to record some videos over the weekend. I will be back Monday for Phantom Brigade. There's a new update to that. Wednesday almost certainly will be more Industry to Titan. And for those of you that only want to check out Hollow Knight, I will see you all in a week. And of course, pre-recorded Oblivion video on Tuesday. So until next time, have a good evening, and please enjoy Night Valiant stream.